the budget, the tentative budget for 2027. And with the fiscal year beginning on June 1st. This is the first, I think, that this has ever happened, where department heads are sitting with trustees talking about their budgets before the public hearing, although there have been private meetings held in the past, perhaps with trustees and others. This is really an effort to be as transparent as possible in our process. This is part of a process that takes place every year, whereby the timeline, as Trustee Gafka explained at our last public meeting, the timeline starts, the clock starts ticking when the tentative budget is stamped and submitted by the clerk. And this year it was March 20th, 19th, but the deadline was the 20th to be stamped and submitted. So that was a tentative budget, and as happens in other jurisdictions like the town of Brookhaven, the state of New York, federal government, budgets are proposed, and then the work begins to try and hash through what is accepted, what is not accepted, what is changed, what deals are made. This is federal government. We don't make deals. Well, we might make deals. I don't know. I think some people have been trying to make deals, so this is part of the process by which we come to a conclusion and present the budget tomorrow night at the public hearing to the public. And then, again, the board deliberates and votes on the budget at the end of April, so it could be submitted by May 1st. So there was a good 5 weeks between the time when the tentative budget was stamped to get to a place where we're comfortable with it and we can live with it. And again, if this board does not approve a budget before May 1st, that tentative budget, which no one likes, no one wants to see passed right now, I think we can all agree that it has opportunities, and discussion needs to happen. But if this board doesn't agree to a budget on April 29th, where we vote on it, then that tentative budget goes forward as the year's budget. So let's work hard on getting it to a point where we all agree. Again, this meeting is an opportunity to have, and I know several, you've all met, the three of you have met, because Trustee Ugrinsky and I met with department heads for the most part, or the treasurer did, and Trustee Ugrinsky met with department heads to come up with what you saw as the tentative budget. Then you all met, which is great, with department heads, and heard from them directly to maybe advocate for either the things that they are requesting and feel is important to provide the services that our residents expect, or to figure out what to change in the existing draft tentative budget. So that's why we're here today, and I think what we'd like to do in format-wise is to kind of start with folks who are don't have as much change needed or discussion needed around what exists in their department, the department heads. So I think what we'd like to do is start with maybe the court, the village court, to see if there's any questions that the three of you have for Elizabeth Kidney, who's here representing as the Justice Court Clerk. And if none is heard, then we can simply tell Elizabeth that she needs to get back to work. But this is work. I think we'd all agree. Any questions for Elizabeth, or changes or updates to whatever was proposed in the budget related to her department?
It's more of a question, but you know what? Before we even begin, I just want to say to all the department heads, I appreciate all of you being here. As the mayor said, this is the first time in my 20 years I've been here we've ever done something like this, so I appreciate every single one of you being here. But that being said, just keep in mind that there's no way in God's green earth that I can approve a 41% tax rate increase. So we're gonna have to be making some cuts here, and I think everybody agrees to that. So just keep that in mind. So,
Yeah,
start-
I'm actually gonna pile on that, right? And Trustee Giuliano is absolutely right. This is the first time that I'm aware that this kind of a meeting is being held. The main reason this is being held is because revenues are down and expenses are up. It's just math. So this is an opportunity for us as a group, literally to go through and have, collegial discussion on what ideas we've come up with. I know each of you have also met with various department heads, and so what we want to do is we want to take that information and discuss it, like department by department, and see where we can further whittle things down. So I'm confident that we can achieve that, because the goal is to come out of this meeting with a common understanding that this is where we can land this plane. And to go into tomorrow's meeting as a trustee and a board of trustees that is, has done as much as they can to help with the department heads to help the situation. And the way I see the process continuing to unfold is we are gonna hear a lot of stuff tomorrow, and we're gonna take some of that into account, and some of it may have already been discussed here today. And hopefully we can land on a budget that is at least palatable to the residents, and I mean, we're all residents as well, so I don't really want to see any kind of large increase either. So, but that's the goal, right? To figure this out today as a group, and then to go into tomorrow ready to address the public and hear what the public has to say. And then the next step happens, which is to take that information and see what we can do about it, if that helps us make any decisions. Okay. So, sorry.
All right, so my first question is Elizabeth, and I don't know if it's Elizabeth or Stephen, but whomever. Court clerk, part-time, 14% increase. Is that for an additional person, or?
We don't have anybody additional, it's just the one part-timer.
Okay, because it's, the line is increasing from 16,000 to 18,650.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Giuliano. That's based off of the part-time court clerk, there is a part of the bargaining unit, and had a step chart revision as well, as did all the other civil service titles within the union. So when we went into the year, there was a certain number. That salary got raised in the year, and it's based off of the projection of, at that rate, which I believe was around $22 an hour, multiplied by the part-time, 32 and a half times 26 to get to that number.
Remember, you have to hear yourself speak overhead for the microphone to be working. It's just you have to hold it closer, I guess. Sorry.
All right.
So it's a fixed cost that can't be amended.
Right. It's related to the union
Correct.
contract.
Non-discretionary. I know you wanted some printers too, right? You're printing a lot more stuff, and
We switched to printing our late notices in-house a couple of years ago, and our one printer that does the heavy duty is pretty old. It's been here longer than I have. So it's the chance that it will likely die. It makes a lot of funny noises. So, rather to prepare for it than not. We won't buy it if it's not necessary, but that way we're not scrambling.
So would that be court office supplies then? Because that was my next question. Where that would go?
I believe so. Stephen can correct me.
Yes, that's where the potential price on that printer was put.
But the printer, I'm just going to ask a question, but the printer is still operational right now?
Yes.
Okay. while I have a question, I'm sorry, Bob, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I see an increase of a village court clerk overtime, from a 3,500 to 4,500. What is the necessity of the increase?
Because I'm the secretary to the Board of Ethics as well, my overtime comes out of there, and that wasn't previously budgeted for. And then along with the annual raise would, of course, also increase the overtime amount.
Can we just go back to the printer then? What was the projected cost of the printer if it needs to be replaced next fiscal?
Stephen's looking it up. Did you know? You know,
I'm looking too.
I don't have it readily available, I apologize.
But what's the increase to the line item?
5,000.
It's 5,000. What we've spent, and I'll pull up Edmonds in this year. What we've spent so far this year is we're at 3,100 expended on just the everyday supplies. So one of the things that we did, part of this budget, and why there's not a very good history on it, is because we Elizabeth's lines used to be under traffic violation lines, which is not where they were. It's not where they belong. They belonged under justice. And they were all in a catch-all line, like one line for village court expenses. And that's where everything came out of, whether it was supplies and fees, everything. And when we built the budget, we tried to break it out this year to try and project what it would be. And obviously $1,000 was not sufficient when we first built this current fiscal 2026 budget. So we're at 3,100. I believe when I spoke with Elizabeth, the printer cost could be anywhere between $500 and $1,000 in and of itself, but also the ink that would come with it and any potential software.
If we can just figure out the number before we leave here today, that would be good, because I think even if we can just chop off $1,000 of that line, we'd be headed in the right direction.
Can we all agree to put our cell phones aside for the meeting, though?
No. I'm technically supposed to be at work right now. I told you I couldn't do this time, and you asked for availability, and then decided to have it now anyway. So technically I'm doing 2 jobs right now. So if
We were trying to save the overtime for all the department heads.
So great. I'm at 2 jobs right now, so I need to be able to see if I have an email or communication from work.
Stephen, I'm sorry, Bob.
Go ahead.
If you, the collection fees, can you describe that, why the increase is so significant?
Yes, our current expend right now is at 7,000, and it's because of the increase in the amount of tickets being written. It's a direct cost of that. It's the fees passed on through T2 for the tickets themselves.
Stephen, if we, and I don't know if this falls into this category or some other category down the road, if we summon somebody and they don't pay the summons, what happens to the funds? Where does it go? What happens to it?
So if they don't pay, a judgment will go against them, and then they go into the collections agency. So the collections agency tacks on a fee, but like Stephen was saying, we charge the person that fee. So it's not actually costing us anything. They're required to pay it, and then we just have to give the money right back to the collections agency.
So it's a collection agency then would try and recoup the money for the village?
Right.
Okay.
Along with the judgment being filed. So if they go to try to buy, sell, remortgage their home, they have to take care of that.
Understood. Thank you.
Court officers contractual. Who is the contract with?
Those are for the contracted officers that attend court. It's 25 court sessions at 400 apiece.
Through the state.
400 total between the two of them through the state.
And that's required? The court officers are required?
That's because our code officers, because of the changes that were made a year and a half ago. So they've been covering the courtroom protection ever since then.
I think the trustee's question, though, is the court protection required?
Based on previous things that we've decided, yes.
No, I think the question is it a state requirement?
Legally required, no, but we won't be operating without that.
The justices have requested that as well?
Yes, along with the other staff and even the code officers that also attend. We can't operate the metal detector by ourselves. That's legally not allowed. So the code officers were not comfortable doing the metal detector. You know, if somebody did have a weapon on them and they have no weapon, that doesn't really make any sense. How can they ask them to, remove it for their own safety?
And that's a flat
So
fee?
is the
Hold on one second, Matt. So is that
Sure.
flat fee, the 10,000?
Yes.
So if we have more court or less court, it
Well,
would stay the same?
We have court about twice a month, so that was just calculated out. I mean, like this year, we lost 2 court sessions with a snowstorm, so we didn't pay that fee.
Okay.
Do they get paid a certain
So
number of
Elizabeth,
hours
oh, sorry.
They get paid a minimum number of hours?
It's a state set salary that they're considered there's full day and half day, and there's no hourly rate, so we're considered half day.
I'm going to interrupt. Elizabeth, so our code officers are not trained to run the metal detector?
They are, but without themselves having protection, they didn't feel comfortable. If somebody did have a weapon and they pulled it out because of the metal detector, or even not because of the metal detector, what would they do? There's nothing for them to protect themselves or us or the judge.
So what change percentage-wise, Treasurer Gafka, is the court looking at?
For the total budget,
For the court budget, Justice Court?
may I have just 1 minute to figure that out?
Sure. Any other questions for court, Justice Court? How many months do you figure that printer has?
I'm hoping a lot. It has been making noise for quite a while. It still prints. So like I said, I wouldn't get it unless I had to. But
Do you have a contract to repair?
no, it's not that large of a printer. It's something that you could have.
It's not a $5,000 printer.
No, those office supplies include all
It's
of our
all
paper
supplies.
and ink.
Okay.
Paper and toner.
Okay. Probably not even $1,000.
The printer, no, we're hoping between 500 and 1,000. That particular, I have a second printer that is issued by the state, so if that one breaks, we don't have to pay for it, including all my computers are issued by the state.
Oh.
So really, that's the only thing the village is
I have a
responsible
screwdriver.
for. That printer saves the village money because it prints only in black toner. So for our late notices and other heavy-duty printing, that is worth the cost.
The total increase was 13% on the court budget,
From what to what?
from 121,211 to 137,250 in the tentative proposed.
And what percentage of that is salary and benefits? Approximately.
40% of that.
And the justice salaries come out of that?
Yes.
Okay, I think, Elizabeth, that sounds like you're free to go. Unless you want to stay, you're welcome to. And you, honestly, please stay if you want to. Okay. All right, next, let's look at Village Center Recreation. You all met with Renee, right?
Mhm.
Trustee Franco, you met with Renee Lemmerman?
Yes.
What department number are we looking at there, Stephen?
Rec,
71?
7148 and
40.
7145.
Okay. So Renee, I'm just looking at, I guess I'll go, 7140, 121, or 12.1, seasonal camp, 80,390, which I guess is the same as last year, but that's for camp counselors.
So I never know really what that number's gonna be, based, it doesn't agree with
So that number's kind of hard to predict based on the amount of children that participate. So the more kids, the more counselors. Less kids, less counselors. So it's
Renee? It looks like facilities was transferred to Mr. Munson. Is that correct? You no longer have to handle facilities at the rec center?
correct. I do handle simple plumbing needs and some other simple needs.
And is it, am I correct that you're looking for an assistant rec manager?
Correct.
And the salary is $51,426. Treasurer Gafka, what would the benefit approximately be for another rec manager at the Village Center?
So I could tell you what the benefit would be.
No, the financial benefits, but then I'll get back to you on that, Renee.
It's talking fringe benefits, yeah.
You sure?
Well, I believe, Trustee Franco, your question
Insurance.
was, how much are fringe benefits on top of that salary? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I still think it's important we hear what Renee has to say after that, but
I'm pulling the number just momentarily.
Michelle knows.
It's approximately $52,000.
On top of the salary.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Renee, go ahead. I just wanted to get that number first.
So one of the right now you have myself, and then you have Alex as the director of tennis. So an additional person would help drive revenue, which I think we need that, correct, in the village? So that would allow me to run more camps, which you asked me to do up at the country club, which would pull in quick numbers, another $100,000. So I think there's a great benefit to drive revenue and having an additional staff person.
But the camps operate is there revenue gained to the general fund from the camps, or do they just meet their costs?
So the revenue last year was $99,000 after expenses.
So it brings in money. Okay, got it.
It's a moneymaker. Or revenue generator, I should say.
And with more
And
help,
what-
you're saying you could,
So with more help, Trustee Franco said to me, how can you drive more revenue? I said, well, I would love to do more camps, run a camp up at the country club. Again, that number came close to $80,000, run an after-school program up at the country club for tennis and golf. That would pull in $15,000. So right there, that's extra revenue. We know how a camp works. I think we're pretty good at it. So that would allow me to run with my camp, have my assistant run additional camps. have Alex run additional camps.
Renee, were we running these camps in prior years?
Yes, I was hired
I-
about 12 years ago, and we started the camp then.
So these camps were run with the staffing levels that we currently have in the past.
That's, you hire part-time seasonal employees.
Correct. I can't expand where I am now. Right now, I have about 100+ children. I would love to have 200 children, but I need the additional staff to do it. And to do it, it's safe.
So you're saying we're going to exceed $104,000 in additional revenue?
I hope so.
Since we have folks from the golf course here, would that be feasible with the schedule that you all have with maintenance and then members and outings? And I just want to make sure if we go ahead and get the assistant that we can actually deliver on the revenue side.
We recently did hire an entry-level assistant. Part of his job is going to be growing junior programming and all sorts of programming. So we do, as far as have some time available from our staff. The golf course is very busy and has been very busy the past 6 years. So as far as them utilizing, the golf course, that's probably unlikely under most case scenarios, but as far as the putting green, driving range, those are possibilities that could be utilized. Our driving range is very busy, so as far as how many children we can get up there without disturbing the membership play, that's a conversation we could certainly have.
So remember, when you run a camp, you're not the whole time on a golf course. You're utilizing East Beach, you're utilizing the tennis courts, you're utilizing the meadow. You're on the first floor in the all-purpose room. So there's a lot of different activities. You wouldn't spend 6 hours on a golf course, 6 hours on a tennis court. You would use the entire campus.
But your employee is not coordinating the construction, the programming of a camp, right?
Not constructing, though. I mean, you would need, obviously, someone running the junior programming as far as how that affects how they would possibly make lesson revenue or get paid for their time, or how that would, how we would figure that out as far as that country club not, or that revenue not going back to the country club would be another discussion. We're self-sufficient, we're self-sustaining up at the country club, so I think that's an important note, that no village tax money is going up to the country club. So I think it's important that our operation is not being taken away by revenue that's not going directly to the country club as well.
I'd also like to just add a point of clarity that this position was previously filled for a number of years and has been vacant in this budget, but was part of this current budget that we're in.
And you also need somebody that's going to eventually take over my position, when retirement does hit in the next few years.
So succession planning is also something we should be focused on in this conversation across all the departments, really.
You're too young.
But I think we also have to take into, I think we also have to take into consideration that we have to find ways to reduce 41.16% increase, and bringing in additional management on the potential that we possibly could make additional revenue. I don't know if that's a good business model. So I understand your concerns, Renee, but I think that we have to be a little more belt tightening at this point.
What is the increase we're looking at for that?
Overall for the Recreation Village Center budget?
For the full-time,
For that employee,
for the full-time line, the line of the full-time.
the line was funded. It would be a removal of the funding. That would be the action that would have to be taken, if what you're talking about is to remove the line.
Yeah,
Because the line exists.
Yeah, I'm just looking what, I had a figure here, but it's the incorrect number. Do you know what the percentage is that we're looking at for that one line?
Is it 100, Stephen?
Yes.
Are we talking about? Okay.
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
We're going from 185 to 251,
Okay, so there's a couple mechanisms. One is that there was a
246.
the previous salary was budgeted in the 7145 line. Historically, it had been in that line. It was going to be moved out of that line into the rec line, which is the 7140-100 line. So that's primarily the driver of the large increase there. It's moving that 51,000 that previously would have been in Village Center and moving it to rec, where it should be.
Where it should be.
Okay. So Village Center is being reduced by the same amount that for that one person.
It's being reduced, but there's also salary increases
Right.
per the union contract and everything
Understood.
else. But
Yep.
yes.
Did you all have questions
Renee?
about the guard position? The guard? That's a new position.
But is that being filled by the night, right? We lost the night manager, and now the new night manager will be night manager guard. Is that correct or no?
Correct.
It could be funded from the night manager line. Makes sense?
Okay.
So that's a wash?
So that would be a wash.
Okay. So that's tangible. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what line would that be from?
That would be from 7145 120
Okay.
would be reduced, and then 25,000 split out into its own line for transparency purposes. So thank you, Renee.
This won't save or spend more money, but I think it would give a more accurate picture for each department. Can we agree to move recreation, printing, and publications, and then all of Fran's compensation to Village Hall, because she serves well beyond the recreation center, and the printing also is beyond the rec center? Does that make sense to folks?
And we've
Nope.
been talking, well,
Go ahead. You can-
we have been talking about that for some time, right? Does it make sense to even have her in that? I think the only reason she was put in a couple of years back was because she was sitting at the rec center, but
And
it's,
using the
you know,
space and the equipment and air conditioning and whatever. But yes, we have talked about that. Like, is she sitting in the right spot? Is facilities sitting in the right spot? You know, facilities maintenance for the village center. But it's sort of Peter to Paul, same amounts, but it does help you understand how, you know, I mean, but Fran does a ton of work for recreation programs as well. But it's not village center.
So in any other
Sort of is.
sort of
The art
She does
exhibits
a lot
and
of work
everything.
for the Village Center.
Yeah.
No, she does. Yeah. So
You know,
in
the
any
art show on the
Yeah.
second floor, and she's heading up the art show, so.
Yeah.
for most budgets, as they, you know, at the convention is that someone like Fran would be sitting in the rec center. However, everything she does for other departments would be allocated out. Unfortunately, we don't have the kind of staff necessary to track all of those ins and outs for everyone. So this would just be a move from rec center to village hall. I mean, and the question is there room for her here?
Well, I don't think just to physically move. I just mean in the budget. So
Yeah,
when we're
either
looking
or.
at expenses,
I mean,
it
some
just
of the
reflects where.
some of the salary, could that be allocated to village center clerk's office expenses?
There are two different. Yes. It could be. Yes.
Is it an optimal solution?
You don't want to do half and half for employees. If you want to allocate based on percentage of work done for where they're doing it, you want to do it for all employees, which would be a restructuring of the budget itself completely. That's not the historical data that we have, so that's not why it's done that way, but it could be done.
All right, well, we could talk about that later on,
Mhm.
because it's
Either way,
not
it's not
affected.
saving us money, yeah.
Bottom line, it's the same amount.
Yeah.
So going back, Stephen, so that night manager is in what line? 7145,
120,
120.
right? So that there will be a reduction there, and then a shift to a different a line item that I would create for the budget for the guard position.
For Village Center.
Correct.
What category is that? What number of category is that?
I would propose to label it 7145.121 for guard, and label it guard in the budget.
Okay, but this person would be doing double duty. There'd be a night manager as well as a guard.
Correct,
So there would be some sort of savings that we'd have,
correct,
right?
correct.
So what are we looking at as far as,
Well,
As far as that-
savings, not really.
Well, I mean, I have a guard and usually I have a night manager, so now I'm saving on the night manager because the guard is all in one.
It's a
Right.
wash.
It's a wash.
well, not really.
How no?
Because we're not hiring a night manager, we're hiring one person to do two jobs, and they're both budgeted in here. The night manager is budgeted in here, as well as a guard. Where's
Are they
the-
both full-time or part-time? Both part-time?
Part-time.
Stephen, the guard is also in the part-time, 714512?
That's where it would be, yes, in a new line created. Yes.
So,
Oh,
okay,
I
so
guess-
there's no guard in the current budget?
Correct.
Okay.
But wasn't there a
It was,
code
excuse me,
enforcement
it was in the
officer in
code
code?
enforcement budget. I apologize. It was originally built in the code enforcement budget. After discussion, it was agreed that it likely should have to be into Village Center. And since it's going to replace a night manager, it's a $25,000 reduction to this tentative to use those monies for that position.
But right now, in this, that 25,000 is sitting in code.
Yes.
Okay, so we will save.
could.
We could. That's 25,000 more we could save
Yes.
somewhere.
It's a $25,000 savings to what's proposed.
Okay, thank you. When we met, we talked about the supplies, and right now it's budgeted for 16,000, I believe, and we talked about some of the things that were included in that, if some of those can be deferred, and we got down to a number of 9,300 to save 4,700. Is that still a possibility?
Again, as of today, I'm at $18,000, and still, a month and a half to go on supplies.
But these are things, I thought these were like tables, chairs.
Right, we allocated 7,000 for the banquet chairs, 36-foot tables at 1,800, and new freezer at 500, which gives us the 9,300.
Right. So can we leave it, right,
Yeah.
but right now it's at 16,000 in the
We can
proposed
do
budget.
whatever you like.
Well,
Again,
no one,
you know,
I mean,
vi-
no one, no one wants to cut anything, but the
but
reality
again,
is we
I'm
have
at
to, so.
18,000 right now.
Okay, but
And
these are not ongoing costs. These are, if you choose to get chairs or not, you don't need to get chairs every month, right?
no, I do
So
not.
we can make a choice to get some of what we need for next year, and then the rest of it is gonna have to get deferred, right?
You're right.
Okay, so can we, in public setting, can we do that for this particular line item and save that 4,700?
Sure.
Okay.
As we're going through this,
When,
Go ahead.
when we met,
Hmm.
Renee, you had mentioned that you had an additional $32,000 and I don't have my note in front of me specifically, and we had discussed you purchasing tables and chairs out of the $32,000 you had left over from this budget year. Is that not happening now?
Well, we also looked at carpets that we need for the second floor and the third floor.
Again, like Trustee Hill said, we have to kind of balance what is a necessity and a need, and, you know, and we also had to do that repair, the facilities repair, on that item you showed, Trustee Giuliano and I. So did our conversation move forward as far as you getting some cost estimates on the repair on that, the heating or the air conditioning item, and the chairs, and potentially possibly doing one of the rugs, you know, and using those $32,000 that you had left over on those projects?
So today I just got my updated budget, so I'll be able to look at to see where I am, where I can, you know, spend now and save later.
And one of the things I wanted to add to this whole conversation is we're really not just talking about next year's budget, right? We know that in the following budget, we're also going to have a LIPA reduction, and it's unlikely that expenses are going to go down. So, you know, as you're thinking about what to cut, also think about, is this something that we can defer to next year? Because we're going to be having the same conversation next year. And so anything that we defer, you know, to one of your points that you made at some point, like, you know, it's hard to get it back into the budget in a declining revenue environment. So I just want to say that as sort of a baseline.
And I would
Renee, don't we have a renegotiation coming up, correct me if I'm wrong, on the rinks contract this year?
Yes, we're hoping to schedule that for May.
So there's a potential to negotiate that contract where the terms become significantly more favorable than they are currently.
The possibility exists. I mean, we know we're going to ask for more, so
Well,
that
let's
revenue
not
will go up,
negotiate a
but we don't
contract in
know
this public
what it
setting,
is.
please. Let's not.
All right.
Just discussing the potential,
Yeah, good idea.
potential additional revenue sources.
And just to add in, before we can go and spend, and I had this discussion with Renee, because I believe we are moving forward with the air handler as an emergency replacement, that there is pressure in this budget. We have to go through all the department heads to see, can we even add an additional expense of $30,000 to this budget year without affecting negatively the financial position of the village down the line, as revenues decline in this year and expenses have gone up in this year as well.
Can you say that in English, please? Just simple.
We need to make sure that we don't spend more money than we've brought in this budget year. So an additional $30,000 of spending could negatively impact the financial position of the village. That's for in totality. Anything that wasn't already
spend
budgeted.
You're talking about the
this
current
fiscal year.
Yes.
You're talking about the current fiscal. Yeah, let's not muddy the waters.
So
let's just
to
talk
Trustee
about the
Franco's
budget.
point, is there prioritizing that could happen? Like, is one rug worse than the other? And would it be possible to, like Trustee Hill said, order some chairs this year and you know, we shouldn't be just, in my opinion, we should be fiscally planning over a 5-year period. We should be strategically planning our budgets over a 5-year period so that we're not going through a line item by line item. We all kind of understand where we're going to be in 2027, 28, 28, 29, 29, 30, 30, 31. We need to know that. That's something that there's a priority there that has to happen. We can't just play guessing games every year. Are we going to be able to afford this? Are we going to be able to afford that? So, Stephen, I think we already had this conversation where I said this to you, where we need to have a fiscal capital plan, strategic capital and operating plan to know what everybody has. I know that Superintendent of Public Works has submitted a 3-year capital plan. Very basic, but definitely
Starting
useful
point.
and something that we can work with. That's what we need. We will need that from all the department heads. And so if recreation or this is a village center, so Renee manages 2 departments, right? Village center and recreation. How many line items does Renee have, numbers does Renee have under her purview, Stephen? Village Center, Recreation, Beaches.
She has 16 line items in recreation and an additional 16 in Village Center, so 32. She has 34 line items.
And what number is Village Center and what number is Recreation?
Recreation is 7140, Village Center is 7145, and beaches are 7180.
Is that Renee's budget too?
Just for the payroll staff.
Just payroll staff?
Yes, for the
How many
lifeguards.
line items is that? Is
Three.
that 5,
Beaches-
10,
Beaches is 3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 departments basically. And, all right, so Renee, is that something that you can work with, like the recommendation of or the request that Trustee Hill made, and then what Trustee Franco said is like sort of prioritize and then fold the next year's up, maintenance, not defer it completely, but just do it over a couple of years.
Yes.
So Mayor, that's good preparation for, I mean, one of the things that once we lifted our heads up from actually doing this budget, the 27 budget, was our next step. Once we have that final, we can do a 5-year outlook, right? Which we have to do given, LIPA and other things that we know. So just to pile on, we are gonna need those capital requests in that kind of a horizon. So for the golf course, and, DPW, and, well, you already did a 3-year one?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay, so
It's kind of-
anticipate that that's our next.
It's
Job.
sort of like torture, doing the budget every year, and after May 1st, you're like, "Phew, it's over," right? But it can't be over this year. We have to keep working, like, as part of the thought process, what do you need? Like, Kevin Cooper, you need fleet, right? Some of your fleet is rolling out, so you're gonna need to roll new ones in, potentially. That's all part of the planning process for the next 3 or 4 years, in my view, but that's what I would suggest. And kind of, I'm actually saying this has to be done.
There is a template for capital projects. Want to see where this budget lands and what's already included to then go back to all the department heads and revise and see and then present
Great.
something. I think it's 70% there.
Great.
Yeah, we
great.
need one for the general fund though, too, with assumptions regarding increases and at least known things, right? So we have a starting point. Because to the mayor's point, the tighter we have that 5-year outlook, the less work like this we're doing next year, because we know kind of where we're going to stand in the following.
Understood.
All right, so recreation concerts. We got a, we got a confirmation from the ferry,
Correct.
right? So,
The $21,000 for the Ferry Dock concert, Mr. Hall is going to pay $16,000, and the village is responsible for $5,000.
so Stephen, we can reduce concerts by 16,000?
Yes.
Thank you.
We can also throw the support from St. Charles Hospital behind that, which
Mm.
is a $10,000 presenting role entitlement or title sponsor, however you want to say it. They're supporting this concert series.
And Trustee Hill did ask me to look at some additional concerts to cut, so I can cut the July 30th concert and the August 6th concert, that will, and a children's show, which would further save us, I believe, $7,720. I also put in there about closing the Village Center Mondays and Tuesdays at 4 p.m., which, with the concerts, would be a savings of $16,950.
So the agreement that Catholic Health agreed to, was for the concert series that was presented as proposed. There may be additional funds from last year's concert series that wasn't actually utilized for the concerts. It wasn't funded out of the those funds, that we may be able to apply, but that's a one-time, that's a one-time thing, and maybe next year we look to potentially either cut back the concerts, but those concerts, I think in a response that I sent was, those are some of the most popular things that we do in the village, and maybe we can just also look to securing more sponsors for it, because it's a great form of exposure for people who want to be known and branded in the village. People, industries, businesses, partners.
With with those reductions, that's 26,000. That would bring the line to 15.
That's with cutting the individual concerts or not?
Not with cutting the
Okay.
individual concerts, just with the 16,000 reduction and 10,000 for.
What about closing the village center Mondays and Tuesdays? How busy is the village center on Mondays and Tuesdays?
Not very busy.
And
We can close at 4 o'clock. I leave at 4:30. On Tuesday nights, we will have the movies. Even though we close at 4 o'clock, I can open the outside bathroom doors, and then the Parks Department will close it. I know BID meets on Mondays. I can reach out to them to see if they will move their meeting to another day.
they have abbreviated meeting schedule in the summer anyway.
Okay.
But it's a good conversation to have with them, let them know.
Mhm.
Maybe they can meet outside.
Well, I figured once, if it got approved, or I would meet with them.
So how much do you save if you close the village? 12,000?
It was, I think it was $9,200.
Okay. So that,
Would that be payroll
Yes,
savings?
yes, part-timers.
And
no guard Monday, Tuesday.
but
No
we
guard.
have we have a full-time rec aide that. Okay. Got it. 9,000.
9,200.
It's kind of a reconfiguration of the work schedule of the staff.
Well, the staff leaves at 4:30.
Oh, so closing it at 4:30 would save almost $10,000.
Right.
That's your point.
Mhm.
Okay.
Farmers market expenses, don't we have a sponsorship for the farmers market too?
We do.
So is that reflected in the 12,000, Stephen, or?
No. I don't believe so. I haven't seen anything come in for a sponsorship for the farmers market.
It goes
And the
through the
revenue would
Conservancy.
go to the revenue line anyway, right? Or if it's going to the Conservancy. So there's 12? Does that
If-
go?
If it's a contribution, it would go to a revenue, not offset. It would offset
Right.
expenses, but not reduce the expense.
Yeah.
Right.
So these are normal operating expenses then for
But-
farmers market.
But that's in the revenue end then, the sponsorship for,
No, it goes through the
farmers market.
Conservancy.
right, and then the Conservancy,
Pays bills that come through the village center to support harbor, arts, and education.
okay, so then what's the 12,000 for the farmers market expenses then?
Melissa?
Yes. Melissa.
And what's the
So it's
revenue for
full-time.
farmers market? I mean, what's your,
Or
how much do we make on the
payroll.
farmers market every year?
50? We're at 48.5 this year, right now. We expect to get us pretty close to the 50 we targeted.
That's a good investment.
Okay, so that's payroll then, the farmers market, more or less.
It's a consulting fee.
Right, right. Beaches. We talked about reducing or closing one beach to swimming.
So I did answer the questions, and I sent you the email, and also a letter from the health department regarding closing the beaches. And basically it said, if you decide not to put lifeguards at Port Jefferson West Beach, the above-mentioned signs must be posted at all times during the permitted season. A sign stating swim at your own risk or similar is not acceptable, as it applies patrons may swim. The beach parking lot, sand, and bathrooms may remain open, but the no swimming rule must be enforced.
Right, so how many people are we talking about roughly? Like if we were to close West Beach to swimming?
You know, West Beach is a little bit more popular than East Beach, So.
West Beach is more popular than,
Yeah.
really? Okay.
It's quieter,
Mm.
less parking, less people. So, you could get 40 people, you could get 100 people. It's,
It's more
Wait,
popular
is
because
it,
there's
is
less
it
people.
more?
I know the
yeah.
irony didn't.
Yeah, yeah.
I caught that. No, but it is more popular.
It is more
like
popular.
for a very specific group of people, right?
yeah.
Like regulars. East Beach is more. I don't
The
know.
ki-
I don't
the
know why I'm
kids
answering. I
and-
should-
Yeah.
More family, I guess,
Right.
more kids and everything. Okay, what if
So
we-
I'm just concerned if we close West Beach, we still have to monitor it and enforce the no swimming. And we will get inspected. So if it's not being enforced, that's a red flag. And they come all the time. So, however you want to move with that. I did forward you the letter,
Right.
email from her,
Mhm.
so.
I think it's a tough policy, but maybe we just make it a fishing beach and sell fishing permits. They go down there anyway. That's just
Why don't we put
future
boat
planning.
slips and make more money?
But if we didn't have lifeguards at one of the beaches, what would the savings be?
It actually, I think, came to like 20,000. Because what I did, I had to move my manager over to the one beach, because I would still need a manager to manage all the children,
Mhm.
lifeguards.
Can we put that on the soft list, Stephen?
As a maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there's just very few opportunities to save anything in 5 digits, and we have to delineate between essential core services and, perks. And I love the beach. I go all summer, but if people want to swim, they can pick one, or if they want to, there's also a huge stretch of the beach that anyone can access that currently doesn't have lifeguards. So I'm just trying to understand what the difference would be by not having lifeguards at one of them, practically.
The enforcement's going to be hard.
So there's no enforcement on the beach between East Beach and West Beach?
The in-between, no.
I guess I'm
Okay, so now.
I guess I'm not understanding the inconsistency on the policy, because it's not a long walk by any stretch. So it's the county that enforces.
Correct.
So if folks were swimming outside the lifeguard area, is the village liable for that?
So we do, the lifeguards do blow the whistle, please come in the swim lines, they
Uh-huh.
listen or they don't listen.
Okay.
So is that what you meant when you talked about enforcement? If we close West Beach, that
I'm
The
just
lifeguards-
reading what I got from Suffolk County Health Department. You guys can determine what it really means.
That's our call.
Okay.
I feel
Renee,
like-
just to
I feel like
jump-
shutting down West Beach is, in theory, it makes sense. But I don't know how the beach-going public will react to it. You have access from West Beach right onto the beach, whereas East Beach, you've got to walk, over and around, and there's a bunch of rocks in the way, and, the big revetment wall is blocking access, and that's why people love West Beach. And I think we can set up, I think there's the ability to set up programs on West Beach, and there's no lifeguard on the west side of East Beach, is there? Or is there?
No.
No, it's just on the actually, just east of the revetment wall, right? Where you put the ropes and the platform. Soft.
Yeah.
And we'll hear from the public what they think about that, if it's a concept that goes forward.
Renee, I have, let's start with the skating rink supplies and maintenance, $45,000. Can you explain that to me?
So that money's kept in there for anything that breaks. Last year, the frame of the Zamboni broke. The Zamboni, from what the rings company is telling me, will probably have to be replaced. So the Zamboni is more than $45,000.
Are
You know,
we
the-
solely responsible for the repairs and maintenance of it?
Yes. We buy the
So the
part.
rinks
We
has
buy the
no-
parts, and then the rinks supplies the labor to fix everything.
Okay, something to look at down the road. The village center repairs and maintenance, can you describe what we spent $66,000 on up to date?
No, I can't.
So that line is where the fire alarm services come out, the cleaning for Village Center comes out, janitorial supplies, all of the trash services for the Village Center, the elevator servicing comes out of that line. Any miscellaneous maintenance supplies, hammers, screwdrivers, whatever's needed, and those costs run 70 to 75,000 a year just for those items only.
Now, there's a 25% increase in that budget. Maybe, there's a $25,000 increase in that budget. If we're using, I mean, to me, I'm thinking repairs and maintenance are what Renee mentioned earlier, replacing the rugs. You know, Renee had mentioned that there are windows that need to be replaced. How do we move some of those, you know, obscure items into a different budget line so this money can be utilized for some of the bigger projects that need to be repaired?
Well, to answer that question, what we would do is create new budget lines and then move the money out of that line into those other lines, which would reduce the maintenance line altogether. The actual like capital repair and maintenance in that line in this current budget is $0.
Is zero.
Right.
But we've increased it by $25,000, that line item, right?
That was the request for certain capital repairs that were requested to be made in the next budget year.
What were the capital repairs that they requested?
It was windows, it was carpets, it was doors. That was the majority of it.
So we could take that number back down to the 75,000, and then once we get some forecasting in the next budget year, we can then start to address some of those issues, even though they're important. But again, you know, we need to tighten our belts, and I think that's an area where we can keep that at static at 75,000 and save $25,000 right there.
Doable? What do we think?
75 is operation or capital?
Operation.
Operating. So operating is stagnant, is what I hear Trustee Franco saying. Do we have a capital line item in our budget for maintenance of the facility?
I haven't really done anything because I assumed part of it was going over to facilities manager.
Do we have a line item in a facilities budget for the village center? For capital?
For capital, I don't think so. As I read it, Village Center repairs and maintenance. But I think we've just learned that's where the supplies comes out of. So one would need to be added, a line item would need to be added for actual maintenance and repairs of the Village Center, as well as all other facilities within the village.
There needs to be a line item for capital, and it needs to be labeled 200 so it's specific to capital repairs. That's what the state requires. So yes, we need a new line item.
We don't have a 200 line item for capital repairs?
The line item in Village Center, we do have it for equipment only, but not for repairs.
So 200 for equipment.
Just for equipment. We'd need one for capital repairs and maintenance.
So how long can we kick that can down the road? Not budgeting for that. Not budgeting for windows. I mean, maybe we can get by another year. But again, this is a part and parcel to the need to have a 5-year strategic financial plan, department by department.
And I think once that's put in place, we have some forecasting, it'll make it easier for us to budget in the upcoming years. But right now, we don't have that. So we need to somehow figure out a way to take down a 41.16% increase on homeowners. So this is an area that we can shave off $25,000 and then put that forecasting together for a 5-year plan, and then properly put together money, put money aside for the repairs that are going to be needed in that building.
And pray that nothing happens in between. Like, that's a good strategy. Prayer.
So you would rather charge residents 41%?
I think what she's saying
No,
is, okay.
No, that's
I
exactly
think that
what
was
she
a
said.
rhetorical
Yeah, it was-
question.
I know that, but the
That's-
point that I really do want to make is, our next challenge is not going to be how much more can we shave down in expenses. It's going to be where is more revenue coming from, because expenses are not going to go down, and we're spending time on how much of this can we kick down the road. We're going to have the same, if not a worse problem next year, the more we do that.
The difference being, though, is like everyone knows now that if we had this conversation 6 months ago, we could be in a different goal with the budget, because we would have told the public what the deal was and the rest of the board as well.
Sure,
But
but 6
that-
months ago, we hadn't even finished the audit, the prior year audit. We didn't know where we stood yet.
Either way,
It was delayed because the audit results were delayed, Stephen, because the auditors had to do a lot of additional work to convert the golf course. So our full audit results were delayed by how many months?
A couple.
So we were
September to
managing
December.
to this year as tightly as we could, not knowing really, where we stood coming into this fiscal year. So now we know, but I'm not really sure how much of next year's budget we could have tackled at that point. We were still collecting it.
Either way, February 25th, you told everyone that
Can
we
we
were.
not hash over the past? Let's just
Well,
continue
'cause
working through
we're
this.
talking about next year's budget, and I just
Following.
think we need to have be on the same page of our goals here. Our goals here is to deliver a budget that the residents expected. And February 25th, you told everyone that we were working to stay below the 2% tax cap. That was obviously never a reality, and we need to get as close as we can to that. Next year, we can explain to the public the why
We
we're
were.
cutting.
Of course we were, and we were not even at a point where we had an aggregated budget
We've
to
had
talk
this
about.
discussion. You didn't need an aggregated budget to know that. You only needed very few data points, which were in hand. So that is why everyone is frustrated on this board, and that's why the public was shocked by it, because we were also surprised by it.
If somebody
So the
needs
goal
to,
now is
okay.
to cut to get back closer to what residents were told we were going to do with the budget.
Okay, we're all
Okay.
working on that now.
But you're saying we can't defer, and I'm telling you this is why we have to continue to defer now.
Well, my
Okay,
question is
fine.
my question is more simple than that. Is what happens if something Stephen, what happens if something happens to Renee's building that isn't covered by grant funds, that we can't repair through emergency operating funds, or what? How do we pay for for example, a plumbing issue, or a geothermal issue, or a window issue? How do we how do we handle that?
To,
Or if the wall breaks, let's say the retaining wall breaks around the village center. Let's say if it collapses. How do we pay, with a bond?
we would
We
have
borrow
to,
money?
for something like that, we'd have to borrow money. Yes.
Okay, so 25,000, poof, savings.
Well, it certainly wouldn't repair the wall if it collapsed, $25,000. So can we talk about apples to apples and oranges to oranges?
So the apple
Kyle,
here that you're
Trustee
talking
Hill
about,
is right. The problem we have right now is that we
We
did
know.
not have the correct data points, the delta, when we made votes that we probably might have made changes to that would have had additional revenue to offset some of the concerns that we have today with this budget. But going forward, right now, we need to make some hard decisions.
well, most villages have capital reserves. So ultimately, that's the goal, is to build the capital reserves, so that if something like that does happen, you actually can pay for it. But obviously, we can't do that now, and certainly not with $25,000. So we agree there.
Renee, just to go back, because this just is off the rails a little bit. We also spent $46,000 in 2024 on skating rink supplies and maintenance. Was that also for the Zamboni, or was that for something else?
No, that was for something else.
Do you know what it was?
Is it 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it roof repair?
I think so.
Okay, maybe an easier question while you look that up. The beach overtime, it's only $500, but my understanding it's all part-time workers, so how do we have overtime for them?
Historically, here we have paid overtime to the part-time workers.
They cover
that-
the fireworks.
But are they getting like time and a half for it, or are they just getting extra hours?
They were getting extra hours added on, but there was always that overtime. They, if they reached 40 hours, they got the overtime. So what I try to do is use the lifeguards that didn't reach the max of overtime, but I always kept the 500 in the budget.
Okay.
But it
it's
can be
my
removed.
understanding by law that
That
you
can be
do
removed.
not need to provide overtime to part-timers. Is that correct, Bob?
As far as I know, that'd be
Yeah.
more of a Stephen question, but. Michelle? If they go, right, if they go over 40 hours.
So sorry, just to clarify then, they're working full-time, but they're seasonal.
Correct.
Okay. So
Right,
then
that's a
so
better way to look
overtime-
at it.
yeah,
They're-
so
they're
overtime
seasonal-
would
They're seasonal full-time.
kick in, yeah. Okay, so
Is that a
that's
number that can be eliminated?
Sure, you can eliminate it.
I
Okay,
mean,
but
do you need it?
yeah, we're
So
work
remember,
with us,
you know,
Renee. We're
if
trying to
we're-
get to the answer. Like
I know,
that's,
but
like,
again, it's
we could cut, we could zero
it's
out
five-
everything, and that's not what we want to do either.
$500 that is in there for the fireworks to transport the residents, the handicapped people that come down East Beach Hill and West Beach Hill and go back up again. So we provide that service for it. Sometimes during extreme heat, we'll keep the beaches open longer per the mayor's, request. So that 500 historically, because I never know what the weather's going to be and how many people we'll get for the fireworks.
Beaches repair and maintenance, going up from 5,500 to 10,000?
I can answer that one. That's number one. It's installation of the buoys. The price for the company that we use went up. They hadn't had an increase in about 4 or 5 years. They increased the price in this budget year. So that's to have the divers go out and bring it out and put everything out there, and also for the installation of the platform as well. That's going to be going out, the new swim platform that we purchased.
Okay.
And I have my deputy treasurer is going to pull the rinks information because it's not readily available on Edmunds. It's not explicit what was done.
Do we, is that a recreation expense to install the buoys and the platform?
Comes out of the beaches maintenance line.
Beaches. That's one of the
Stephen, did you
three
get
line
the
items.
answer to the 2024 utilization of the 46,000, what we did with it?
I'm having our deputy, Michelle Ferrante, pull the actual invoice to give you the detail. It's part of it is the breakdown and installation of putting up the actual rinks. But there was maintenance work done on the equipment. I don't have that list in front of me. Allow me a few minutes to see if it can be pulled to get back to you.
All right, thank you.
How much money could we save by not having ice skating for this year?
How much revenue would we lose?
We brought in 84,000 this year, close to 90.
96. How much did it cost us?
What were the expenses?
The bill's going to come in at around 33,000.
Oh, so we wouldn't save anything. Darn. Actually, that's good news.
Renee, we're responsible for the dismantling of the rink, is that correct?
I'm responsible for that, did you say?
No, is the rec center, we're responsible for the cost of dismantling the rink, is that correct?
Correct.
And how much does that cost approximately?
I believe it's 21,000.
And we also pay the electric for the ice rink, correct?
Correct.
And what is that approximately?
We pay everything except for 7,500, which is the rink's responsibility. They pay up to 7,500.
And what do we pay
7,000.
in total, Stephen?
It depends on the year. I think this year will be somewhere around $12,000 in electric costs.
And so on, if you add that to so it's about $33,000. And the rinks is paying $7,500. What were the gross revenues at the ice skating facility this season?
I would estimate it around 47,000 net.
Renee, am I correct or am I wrong? Because I remember our conversation, you stating that the gross revenue there was about $300,000 this past season.
Correct.
But am I wrong on that?
No, you're correct.
So of the $300,000, what does the village get?
We get 30% of that, which was around the $90,000 number that we just talked about.
So then 66% is going to the rinks. All right, you could see where I'm going with this, right? It seems like this is out of balance.
Can we just
have a
not
lot of
negotiate a
responsibilities.
contract in a public meeting, Matt, please?
No one's negotiating. I'm just saying there's an imbalance
There's a
here
time and a place
that,
for the conversation.
Financially puts a burden on the rec center.
Sounds like we make money on it. So we don't know what the rink's expenses are either. But it certainly makes the village happy. And we don't lose a penny on it. In fact, we make
But
money
it'd
on
be nice
it.
to make a little bit more on it. So let's not negotiate in public.
Good idea. Any other questions for
I
Renee?
have nothing else for recreation, no.
Just the last one, I think, the chandlery repairs and maintenance. That's set for 8,000. Is there anything that's operating, not capital then? So that's just, I don't know what the historic was there.
Well, this year we've spent 9,700 on the chandlery R&M. Or that's 2024, excuse me. Last year we spent 7,600. And this year to date we're at 4,300. So we have there's two air conditioning units there that we send a company out to maintain. We had to replace one of the cores of one of the heaters last year. We were warned at that time that the other one was on its way out. That particular repair cost $12,000. They put they kind of MacGyvered it for this current year, but we likely will need to do some repair and maintenance on the other unit, the other HVAC unit, which was why the budget was put in at that.
Okay.
So, and that's a facility, correct?
Yes.
So not really a budget line item for, is that considered village center line item?
It's because it's still part of the same property, like address. Yes, it has been classified there, but I'm working with the DPW superintendent to rename certain budget lines so that they're specific to facilities so that they can be broken out and easily identified as facilities lines, which would then be separate from other department heads.
And do we charge rent on the chandlery?
Yes.
And does that what's the net and loss there?
We are currently bringing in 9,000 a year.
And the expenses are set at 8.
Yes.
Okay. So
We bring in 9,000 on paper?
That's how much we're receiving. There's currently an ongoing conversation with the tenant of the chandlery over
What is the number on paper?
the number on paper right now is 9,000. That's what I budgeted.
What's the lease agreement say?
I believe 12,600 is what we're owed.
We're owed. The question is, what do we charge them a month in rent, I guess?
Their rent escalated a year ago to 1,050. They were having difficulty. Isn't perhaps a conversation
not-
for.
I'm just asking what they pay in rent.
It's supposed
No
to be
more.
$1,000.50
Okay,
per month.
okay. So, it's like, but we're sitting at 9,600 or 9,000 something. Okay, so that's,
either way, at least repairs and maintenance are covered.
Right.
So
any other questions for Village Center, beaches, or recreation?
I have none.
I can thankfully not gonna answer Trustee Franco's question. For that 46,000, 21,500 of that was the installation and takedown for the beginning of the season and the end of the season. Another 20,000, 25,000 there were Zamboni repairs done to the framing and to the water, the tank that needed to be welded and repaired. They needed new supplies for the Zamboni, and they had to do repairs to the compressor system in order to make it function and not leak before we ultimately replaced the compressor system after that.
Is that the RCA issue? So state regulation was that you could not use a certain type of chemical coolant, and you had to convert your heating and cooling system to what, RCA, or not the RCA? The R22. RCA, what am I saying? R22. Yeah, good. So that was an unfunded mandate, but the same happened at the country club. The tenant paid for that. And it looks like it's going to have to happen at the village center, or no? What's the HVAC system like up there?
I just
You're
had
like-
an inspection, everything's up and running, they replaced the motherboard. Everything's up and working, I just had an inspection. They put a motherboard in to get another unit that can potentially work. So right now, yesterday I did go back to the HVAC company to see if they can give me a further update on the condition of all the units, to see if I can start replacing it, what would it cost, if I could do 2 at a time, 1 at a time, and so forth.
Are we using the wrong coolant?
No,
Okay,
no, we're not.
good. Okay. All right.
Oh, the only other thing, I know I said that 2 minutes ago. The cost of the village golf outing, when we talked, you said that it may not, there may be costs that are not accounted for in the price of the ticket.
Right, I think you asked for the labor costs, so I
Yeah.
did reach out to Jake, and I know he's working on that.
Okay.
And Fran is working on those costs too, so I should have some.
Okay, thank you.
How so, labor costs? You have to put your mic on.
Yeah, I was going under the assumption that we basically have labor costs regardless if we have an outing that day or not. So the additional labor costs were under $550 or so.
Is that the only thing that isn't covered by the operating budget of the village golf outing?
I believe the printing was not covered. For the T signs and so forth.
Do we need T-signs?
I don't think so.
The only signs we need are the ones that say, if you get a hole in one, you win a, brand new bicycle or something like that, an e-bike.
No.
Used to be a car.
Driven
but-
outside of the village.
For 16 and over, not to be driven on state roads. I think we can definitely work with the budget of the village golf outing, because it basically pays for itself. It's revenue neutral and expense neutral. And gets a sponsor or two here and there too. Firehouse chips in. All right. So, good. Thanks, Renee. You can stay if you want. Leave if you want. What time does your shift end?
41.
I could stay for overtime.
Get comp time on this one. All right, next up, I think, is, didn't I write on something? Code enforcement. Any questions for Supervisor Cooper? Or any observations for us to discuss?
All right, what can I find that? What's the account number? I got it. Thank you.
I still think Michelle should be at the table.
3620 also, Bob.
All right, so the first thing is the elephant in the room, the increase in payroll.
And your question?
Going from 57 to 154, if I'm reading that right?
Is that right? Is he reading that right, Stephen?
You're looking at the tentative, trustee?
Yeah.
Which number?
You're looking, what's 2026 first, before?
57-1.
Thanks, Renee.
Thank you,
you.
Renee.
Yes, that's, in July, the board approved, making the part-time code supervisor a full-time code supervisor and reallocating part-time salaries over for the creation of that position. So that original salary was just for one, which was the senior code enforcer. And then the supervisor salary was in part-time, was pulled out entirely and moved there as part of the modified. That's where if you look at the third line under that, it says transfers. That's the money that was moved into the line.
Got it. So, which would explain why the part-time has been reduced.
Correct. And will be reduced further to 325.
No.
It's at 350 now, but we just talked about the guard for Renee's, and that will lower that position to 325.
I just want to say, Kevin, I got a letter from Chief Barton today.
Oh, yeah, it was nice of him. Yeah, very nice.
He was
Yeah.
extremely complimentary of you and Anthony
Yeah.
and the changes to the department and how working together with the fire department has been seamless and very efficient and proactive and collaborative. And I haven't responded to his letter yet. I'm just trying to think of how to respond to that because it was such a nice letter. And we're gonna miss him as chief, but he's
Yeah, we
still
have-
there.
I think Rob Rodriguez, who actually is one of my part-time guys, is one of the new chiefs, so I don't expect any.
Running.
He's running. Oh, he's running? Yeah, so whoever becomes a chief in Tony's spot, I expect it to be seamless. I don't expect any
Well,
problems.
they're having the installation is this weekend, and there is a succession plan. They have a succession plan. So they have 3 chiefs, right, and chief of department. Yeah. So who's up next, Pat?
You.
Is it Steve? Yeah. Yeah. And then it's Christian. And who's in that other spot? Yeah. So we know who it's going to be.
Yeah, I don't expect a problem with them.
But anyway,
We've
the
been
point
working
is
great with
that,
them,
you know,
yeah.
you rarely get a letter like that from Port Jefferson Fire Department chief. And it was, the reason I say it is because the emergency response activities, the planning, the preparation, the reporting, everything that's been going on from that side of the code enforcement department to what you're doing on building inspections and enforcement in the village has been just a remarkable change.
Thank you.
And I just want to dispel any notion that this is a department that doesn't work because it works hard. It
Thank
works
you.
long hours and it's responsive and proactive, and especially in planning things. And again, working with the 6th precinct on getting things done there and working with the fire district, EMS, all the first responders. It's appreciated. It does not go unnoticed.
I appreciate it, thank you. Yeah,
Welcome.
everything's working well. More than meter maids. I think the Facebook assassins have us labeled right now.
Didn't want to mention anything, but
Okay,
just to be positive about it.
yeah.
We talked about the code enforcement expenses. Part of that was calibrating the noise meter, training on how to do that. But there was a possible opportunity to get that sorted out in this fiscal year. Am I remembering correctly?
The noise meter, I just got the email from the testing company, it's up. It has to be recalibrated in May,
Okay.
so I'll probably send it out. And then there's another small calibrator that I need. It's not gonna be that much money. I could probably squeeze it out of this year's budget. Then I need to do like a weekly calibration. Jimmy Madako just went, he completed it, and then 2 other of my officers expressed interest in going, and I'd like to get them, and I might be able to squeeze it out in this budget.
Okay.
So I have to take a look at it, so.
Can then we shave back a little bit in expenses for the next fiscal?
Yeah, I think we had it at 15,000, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We could shave that down.
Go back to 10 if that's possible?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll work with it.
And then for office supplies, it's at 2,000. Would we be able to get that down to 1?
Yeah, no problem.
Any chance we could get lower than that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You know what it is, the paper rolls for the scanners are expensive.
Got it.
And they go through them pretty quick, so
Mhm.
that's a big expense for us.
What's A3320-402? Managed parking CC fees. Stephen, what is it? God. Yeah, that bothers me a lot too.
What
Is
are
there
we talking
any, this isn't your question, this is really a question of the treasurer and administration, is there a way, since we, why do we absorb credit card fees at the country club and for parking? All the other retail organizations are, like, if you pay with debit card and you put in your code, you don't pay that credit card fee. So are we mandated to pay the credit card fee, or can we just pass that through to, because that's a lot of money. I mean, if we could pass that over, per transaction, what are we talking about? 20 cents? How many transactions is that to reach $80,000 in credit card fees?
231,000.
Right. And they're all, like, so what's a typical credit card fee? Do you know,
10
Michelle?
cents, you know.
75 cents.
Yeah. So it seems like, is it the technology that won't let us do it, or is it just a matter of will?
We do it downstairs.
Come sit, come up here.
We do charge them downstairs.
Downstairs.
Death and birth certificates. They use a credit card, they get charged. at the
Okay,
bank.
all right.
Is that about 3%?
I think it's 3%.
Yeah, because
Is-
we're passing that on the golf course. We're passing that along as,
Only on membership. Only on
Membership.
membership.
yeah. Oh, not on food and beverage.
And not on recovering the monthly, right? We're absorbing that monthly, and those are bigger numbers, because, people are spending money. So that's more like $10, $20, $30 that we're absorbing per.
Yeah, most people have their automatic billing on, it's attached to a credit card
Use
Yeah.
mic.
Yep.
every time.
Use mic.
So can we do that? What Jake said is that people are automatically charging to their credit card, so it just rolls right into, the technology separates it. for some reason. We have to challenge the technology to include it. Looking at the treasurer to say,
How?
we'll do that by June 1st.
I will target June 1st to do that for the parking credit card fees and other fees, other credit card fees. There's an issue with the light speed in the country club. That is
Well-
not as cut and dry as the parking may be.
To me, it's a, come back
Let's
to
figure
us.
out the
To me,
how.
it's come back to us
Well-
with the solution, or we will change our technology. We're not at the mercy of Lightspeed. We kind of are, but we aren't.
Yeah, I thought we looked into it as a software issue.
Your microphone.
I thought we had looked into it and it was a software issue. There we go. Try again.
Once more.
I
Pat
thought we
said-
had looked into it and it was a software issue with Lightspeed.
So we have to look
Yeah.
harder.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we'll get back to you on that.
maybe Bill Gadd can work on that. He's the
Yes,
finance guy at the country club.
But with our parking meters, what is the current rate for the credit card fee for each transaction?
It's 3%.
And it does. We do not. Just to clarify, we don't pass that on to the visitor. Okay.
No, the honk charges a 35-cent transaction fee to each person that uses that. There's no fee on the meter, the physical meters themselves.
Okay. And do we know if we can incorporate that into the billing, or is that's the whole question?
I am going to find a solution.
Okay.
Wait, did you say honk passes that fee on to?
They pass a transaction fee separate from the interchange
Okay.
credit card fee.
So regardless of how much they spent on parking, it's 35 cents no matter what.
Yes.
And we get to pay them because we're lucky.
We don't pay the 35 cents. No.
Who pays them?
The users of honk pay the 35 cents.
So there's dipping, double dipping, and triple dipping in parking.
Yeah. So there's the rate we charge,
Mhm.
honks charge, and then we pay the credit card fee.
Correct.
$80,000.
We pay honk based off of the total volume of transactions and money that goes through.
Wait, we pay honk, or the resident or the visitor pays honk,
So
or both?
honk, it's both.
Oh God.
Honk passes a 35-cent fee that the village does not pay onto the users of honk. No matter it's $1.35 or $2.35, whatever it is.
Mhm.
The credit card fees, if they use a credit card fee, get passed on to us. Those fees.
I feel like that's just something that people accept and expect right now.
Agreed.
I firmly believe that honk can pass that fee directly to the customers.
Check.
Still kind of crazy that honk charges the village, but then also charges. They
user.
charge on both ends.
It's the credit card fee is different. Yeah.
No, they're
why is
charging the person who parks
a 35
just for
cent.
using the app,
Yeah.
and then we have to still pay them for the luxury of charging the visitors.
That's their revenue stream by
yeah.
providing the technology.
Well,
But you could argue pick one end would be more
Who does the credit card fee go to, though?
transparent.
It
The
goes to
credit
the credit card
the
company.
credit card fees are pass-throughs. I think by law they have to be passed through for the exact amount of what the credit
That
card
wasn't my
fee they're
question.
charged is.
Who do we pay?
We pay honk. They absorb a fee and pass it directly on to us. The exact credit card fee that they pay.
Okay.
They pay the fee,
Yes.
and we reimburse them.
Yes.
That was my point.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So honk's not charging us on top of the
No.
visitors.
No,
Okay.
we have an agreement for a monthly fee for having honk, but that's it, and that's $500 a month.
So they do charge. So they
Them
do
first.
charge us for having honk. They charge the visitor for using honk. We pay honk for the credit card fees, and we ultimately pay, I mean, that's how we pay the credit card fees.
That is correct.
Okay.
So to be,
Where's the honk line?
there's no honk.
Or which line is it in?
It's in the credit card fees line. That's where we pay everything.
All of honk's fees are paid through the
Yes.
CC?
Yes. And the Heartland fees associated with the parking meters themselves. And the
Okay.
charge point fees for
So
having
it's
the
not
EV
exactly, so
meters.
we're not exactly saving $80,000. We still have to pay honk off the top for
Yes.
using their technology.
And it's entirely dependent on how much money is projected to run through the machines. If we project a lower revenue, that credit card fee number goes down.
Is
And-
that the right
sure.
name for a credit card fee in this budget? Can we have a more accurate description in the budget?
Even just fees would be more,
Yeah.
a larger umbrella.
We can,
And then
that
also-
can absolutely be done.
Because there were discussions online, and some folks were concerned that we have a higher credit card rate, but if you're just looking at this, if you look at that 80,000, you think that's all credit card fee transact or interfund or interchange fees. It looks like we have a much higher rate, but there's other costs in that bucket. So we
Yeah.
have a normal credit card fee rate.
Yeah,
I think that's a
it's good to discern.
helpful thing for folks at
Mhm.
home to know.
Any other questions for Kevin that we can answer and talk about without him involved?
Kevin, when we met, you told me that you had accumulated a savings in your department to the tune of $52,000 to $56,000.
Yeah.
Am I right about that?
It might be that by the end of May. I talked to Kyle about that also. I would like to purchase at least one vehicle for my fleet. I have 3 vehicles that are all over in excess of 100,000 miles, and they're all more than 10 years old that I'd like to replace maybe one by one. So I have to talk to Steve about that. Maybe when we get closer to May, see what we got. So, or have. So, yeah, that's a
Because that would-
possibility.
If that's a possibility, that would be, have some foresight, maybe to start to replace your fleet, using that extra revenue that we have left over, if it's enough, and if we do have it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to work on that with Steve and Kyle.
Hold on a second, though. Is it not, aren't we trying to get rid of that 41% increase somehow?
Oh, it'd be this budget, this year's budget. Right? Yeah.
If we can.
It's going to be
That's a
tight.
big if.
It's going to be tight, yeah.
So is code budgeted? I think you should have every single piece of equipment that you need. However, is the current budget, did you budget for a new?
No, no.
We-
The problem is with the cars, the 3 cars, they're all in excess, I think, 130,000 miles or more. And every time Greg's mechanic, Chris, has to fix them, the parts are expensive. And if he has to send something out, the labor is also expensive. And it doesn't make sense to spend that money on cars that are 10, 11, 12 years old.
And we
to
own
me.
them.
Yeah.
And would we lease a new vehicle, or would we buy
No, these
it?
are the 3 that were bought, and I would like to buy one, yeah.
Can we sell one of the old ones too?
I'm not gonna make much, but.
Yeah, but it would
We
be
can
more
ac-
than
we
zero.
can
Can,
access
sure,
the-
yeah.
Right?
Yes, and to be perfectly clear, when we had the requested budget, we had originally put in $63,000 for 4 new code vehicle leases, and that was cut out of the budget after discussing it with the DPW superintendent to defer it for a year.
So I think a reasonable plan would be, hopefully we can get a car under the current fiscal. We'll defer for next fiscal. We'll pick up a car the year after that. Would
Yes.
that work? Okay.
Yeah, that's the plan.
And hopefully sell the one of the old
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting
Yeah.
like five figures here, but even if it's $2,000, that's more than $0.
Usually you trade them in at auction, so.
Yeah, let's talk about the scanners.
All right. Okay. So I talked to Kyle in this budget, next year's budget, there's code enforcement equipment, 25,000. And Steve, when I talked to Steve, he said there's a possibility of maybe taking that out of the parking fund. I need 3 new scanners. The software for the scanners is gonna be obsolete in June. So I need them. So we had budgeted 25,000, but Steve said there's a possibility to take that money out of the parking fund and then eliminate that line. So,
Makes sense to me.
yeah, so I don't know where Steve's at with that.
That would be the recommendation, and it was $21,000 was the estimate. So there was an additional 4,000 for all the other code equipment that could potentially be needed.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
You leaving us, Elizabeth? All right. Thank you. Okay. Let's go to DPW. As I recall, you had originally requested additional funding for this budget, this fiscal year, at a certain level, and then you worked through some issues and whatnot, and you were able to really scale back on your original request, correct?
That is correct.
What's your single most important priority in your budgeting process?
I would say safety of the traveling public will always be the #1 priority for any budget process or any of the divisions or programs I run. Currently, right now, I would say the most important thing DPW truly needs is proper staffing. I do think we are a little low. I have been thinking about it. My original plan was to bring in an assistant superintendent, but I do believe I can have some wiggle room on that, as long as that is the plan, to be able to take that position in within the next 2 years. I've also been thinking about with that position, even though I was supposed to be subbing out a position, I do have some employees who are very close to retirement. They do well make over what I was asking for that assistant superintendent position. So I think maybe if I have the opportunity when one of our long-term employees goes into retirement, maybe we take that funding and put that into the assistant superintendent position. Right now, it's myself as the only management employee, and then I have 22 union employees. We do have issues with the contract that everyone is aware of, and I do have to follow union guidelines. So with that being said, with all of my 75 line items that I oversee, villages, fleet, facilities, highways, parks, project management, and engineering, I do think it is beneficial for the town or for the village to have another management position within the next 2 years to deliver services better at a higher level. But I am willing to wait, if need be, to make everything work for this budget year. But if there is a possibility, I think that money will be well worth it within about 1 year.
Do you think that position ultimately could end up paying for itself?
100%.
How does that happen?
You know, I think if you look at everything I oversee and everything I'm involved with, 75 line items, multiple different divisions, I touch almost every single asset within this village, as well as all other departments. My time really needs to be focused on administration as well as project management and engineering. And also being able to be in the field a lot more than what I am. I'm just too short-staffed. I'm short-staffed myself. You know, when I took this position, or the superintendent before me, he was originally the highway superintendent. Up to about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, and then he acquired parks. Then he retired, and then when I came on, I took over facilities as well as parks and highway, and then merged into project management and engineering. So I do think, while that's a lot for me to handle, I can do it, I'm willing to do it, but delivering these programs in a more effective and efficient way definitely needs 2 management positions within the public works. So with that being said, you know, it's, Yes.
Hold on, Matt, hold on, something's happening with the
Your mic
audio.
died, so we just need to sort that out.
Thank you, Stephen.
It's MacGyvering for you.
Can you hear me now, Greg?
Yes, I can.
So in the past, we had DPW and parks were separate. So
Correct.
there was someone who oversaw parks and oversaw DPW. A suggestion would be, let's go back to that model. Since we have a lot of senior staff, experienced staff still working, that could solve one of your issues. The other concern is, and Stephen, this goes to you, what is the fringe benefit on the Assistant Department of Public Works superintendent? I know the salary was budgeted for $80,000. What were the fringe benefit totals for that?
Isn't it always the same number?
It depends on.
You're not on. You're not on.
Retirement.
You're not on.
It's close, right, Michelle? I mean,
Thank you. Until the position's filled, you have to budget for the family.
Right.
For the contingency. It's usually between 50 and 55,000. I can give the exact number based off of an $80,000 salary, and if you just 2 seconds.
Okay. Now, Greg, we have an open parks position currently,
58.
right?
Correct.
Can parks manage what they have to do if we don't hire that position for this calendar year?
I would say services will be diminished and not delivered on in a correct time frame as standard per what the village is used to.
So things will be delayed.
Correct.
So, but again, if we're using the same numbers, that's about $103,000 in salary and fringe benefits. That's a big number. And again, we discussed tightening belts, and getting things done a little slower than normal. With the budget constraints that we're under right now, it might be prudent for us as a board to not hire that position, and potentially bring in some part-timers to work. But that's a $103,000 savings right off the bat. And the DPW.
Hey, Matt,
that's already
Matt,
budgeted for.
Matt, hold on.
Yes?
We are talking about union positions right now.
that he wants to fill
Yeah.
with part-timers.
So I know you're a union guy, but this is a union matter right now. Please save this for another time. Thank you.
Okay, so then the assistant DPW superintendent total package is about $133,000. So there's considerable savings here that we can help bring down this massive increase that is potentially tentatively happening. So just things to think about that we really kind of have to again, tighten our belts, make some hard decisions.
Correct. I just offered I can wait 2 years on that position.
Yeah. But that's $103,000 we could take right off, the expenditures immediately. So I agree with you. That would be a good idea to defer that at least 2 years.
I'm gonna weigh in on that a little bit because in the past few years, we've gotten pleas from, and this is a parks position. Where
This is true. Yes.
How many staff do you have in parks right now?
I think 5.
5.
Yep, 5.
And last year we went to part-time seasonal because the position whose position wasn't filled, actually he was out on leave, sick leave or medical, and it took a year for him to decide that he didn't want to come back. So in the meantime, we were able to utilize a part-time seasonal employee situation in the summer. So that's how we were able to get through that with the union position being open-ish. Wasn't really open. It was filled by
Correct.
someone who was out on medical. So we did that hearing the pleas of the other parks employees who just were overburdened with the amount of work that they had to accomplish in a small period of time, in a working day. So that responded, and it made them a little bit less stressed, I guess. But I'm going to say this is a position that's needed in the department, that's funded in the department, and that is a laborer. It's a labor position. Who knows? Some people decline medical. So you're not, you have to budget for it, but sometimes they don't take it. And like some of the trustees have done around here. And I would just advocate that position remain viable and filled.
I do think it's imperative that we do fill that position, keep that position filled once the new fiscal year starts. I didn't even know that was going to be a topic of discussion, though.
Okay, a simpler line item, office supplies, budgeted at 3,000. Can we drop it down to 1 or 15?
1,500.
Okay.
Done.
Great. When we were talking, we looked at the street maintenance full time, and you said that could possibly be a typo in the budget because the number was so different.
Steven, can you explain that?
It's 5110 100.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So bear with me because it's complicated.
All right.
Going into this current budget year, the budget intention was for an internal hire for DPW superintendent and was funded as such, with a replacement as a laborer in highway, right? So the combined salaries between those was 138. That did not happen. There was we hired outside 125, which replaced the open position, and so there was an increase there, right? So what did I say? The 138, the 125. There was a laborer position. The DPW superintendent's another 80. So there was a difference there. Basically, we had to add 80,000 to hire outside rather than inside.
Okay.
There was an 80,000 for the assistant DPW superintendent. It is moving from parks, but so now we're up to 160. The union raises amounted to between 60 and 65,000. There was a promotion from an assistant labor crew leader to labor crew leader, which added another 13,000, and that's how you go from 770 to $1,015,000.
Right.
So all of that in combination is how that happened, as well as higher longevity, higher vacation buyouts, and a higher accrual that needs to be booked at the end of the year for the higher salaries.
And what was that total?
It's roughly 245,000.
Okay.
Right, but we're reducing it now by 80,000, right?
The highway would be, but depends on what the board decides. The highway would be reduced by 80,000 if it reverts back to the labor position in parks, yes.
80 plus 55?
What's the
Benefits?
55?
Benefits?
Oh, benefits, yeah.
So it's 135.
Right.
Or 145 as
But not from that line.
Right.
different
From a
line.
different line,
Yeah.
So
right.
the
Mhm.
drop from assistant DPW superintendent to labor is a total savings of $41,000 in this budget. If that's what's decided.
Okay, but I thought this is a brand-new hire. That Greg said we can defer.
The conversations that I had with the DPW superintendent were, if we defer the creation of the assistant DPW superintendent, we would not fill the labor position in parks. There's one position open right now. There's one missing body for DPW. The proposal was to not fill the labor position in this budget and to fill instead assistant DPW superintendent, which would be an increase in the total budget of 41,000. If that is going to get deferred and go back to the labor position that is currently open, it drops the entire budget ask 41,000.
But that labor position is already in here, is it not?
Yeah, I think what the
No,
treasurer said.
it's not.
The parks laborer is.
No, it's not in this budget, no.
Oh.
No, it was taken out.
Sorry,
and-
the parks laborer position is not in the budget, but the DPW assistant is. And
Yes.
if we take away the DPW assistant, the idea is that the parks job would go back in. So the net
Correct.
savings is only 40,000.
41,000 and change, yes.
Yeah.
And just to add, the overtime costs did go through the roof for parks when that position was open. We are at 30 and 25,000 each for our overtime, which is almost double what we had anticipated coming into the year because of that.
30 DPW, 25.
Just in parks,
Just in parks. Double time and overtime.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
If we fill the open parks position, can we reduce parks overtime at all?
Potentially. I don't think one position will make that big of an indent.
But the treasurer is saying it, not having it has, so.
Considering.
That's one of the, that's, I think, one of the components that caused,
Right.
but also there was no superintendent there for about, how long?
November.
A while.
To manage that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so that probably added to the additional overtime hours as well.
So our overtime and double time for parks, we started going over in early December.
Yeah.
All right, but help me understand this. So in the tentative budget, there's 7 people in parks.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Trustee Giuliano. I know we talked about this in my office. There is a typo on that addendum sheet because one of the salaries for the heavy equipment operator was duplicated and put on that labor position. And it's not in the budget.
Okay, so that's not included.
There's a
okay.
typo on that
So
addendum
it's
sheet.
included on the schedule, but it's not included in the total.
Yes, it will
Okay.
be corrected on
Okay.
the correct schedule, and I apologize for that error.
Thank you. Okay, I got it.
Another thing we had talked about was the garage contractual GPS. That's the GPS monitoring systems on the fleet vehicles. That costs $12,480, but you both agreed of all the things not in the high priority list, and that a lot of it has to do with trust of personnel. Also, all the vehicles are marked, so we live in a small village, and blessing and curse is that everyone knows everything that's going on. I think if we saw a village vehicle on 347, we would know before they got back. But did we find out when that contract ends, or if we can just cancel it?
I spoke with IntelliShift this morning. We are locked into that contract until October of 2028.
Okay. Is there a cancellation fee?
There is now. We have to pay the full sum of all 3 years. We signed a 3-year contract back in October.
Darn it.
There might be insurance reasons to keep that intact too. Like, I don't know the history of why it was put in there.
Mhm.
I would like to know that before, but clearly, might as well get the product if you have to pay for it.
Can we investigate if there's a cancellation, like if we can just get out of it? If no one wants it,
Yeah, it is.
It's a
I
lot of money for something
I
that 2
understand.
department heads don't feel we need.
I have to pay out the full price until 2028.
Greg received the call in my office, and we were on the call together, and can confirm that he said there is no out. We would owe them the entire sum.
So you can confirm what Greg said? Just teasing you.
I can confirm
I
that.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. No, that is useful.
Can neither confirm
It is
nor
useful.
deny.
It's important.
To be redundant, sorry.
No.
Greg, can you, there's a $50,000 for tree work. It seems to be an increase of $20,000 from last year. Can you explain what's the necessity and the increase?
Correct. At this time, we are 16.
Greg, can you,
Sorry?
At this time, we are $16,000 in the red due to emergency tree removal. We experienced heavy snow, heavy winds, and heavy rainfalls this year. Is a year that the Village of Port Jeff has not seen in a little bit, so we did go heavily over with the amount of trees we have in this village, and it is being a required emergency service provided for the safety of our residents. It's imperative that we try getting close to that $50,000 number. I'm willing to come down on it a little bit, but I do think. Go ahead.
Our Parks Department, when trees are down, as long as they're not on wires, we take care of that stuff in-house, correct?
For smaller trees, absolutely. Small limbs, 100%. Larger trees, no, we hire a professional arborist, and I stand by that comment. I do not want any of our employees operating chainsaws and taking down large trees that they are not qualified to take down. That is a.
Can we take that budget line back down to the $30,000?
We can attempt to. I am okay moving it back down, but with that being said, it is something I truly believe that is a benefit for the village residents to be closer to $50,000. At this point, that is one of the line items I would like to hold off on until we get through my section. So maybe we can circle back to that at the end, if that's possible.
I mean, the 30,000, where are we now on that budget line item?
Negative $16,000.
Negative 16.
Correct.
And there's a lot of trees out there that need to be addressed.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
And we are not, what we're doing with this type of work, this is not for beautification purposes. This is solely emergency work and work that our staff cannot handle. So I would say this is a core service we provide and that we need to continue.
The trees are on our property.
Absolutely,
They're a liability for the village.
100%.
So it's pay me now or pay me later.
And we spent 46,652 to date for this year.
Correct. So I'm willing to discuss lowering it at the end of, once we get through all of my line items, because that is a safety component to this village, and it is imperative.
Greg, I'm not sure if this is, I thought about this, as far as the leaf pickup. Right now, I believe, Stephen, we're allocating $165,000 for leaf pickup, but there's an increase of 25,000.
160, which was an increase of 30,000.
30,000. And I don't know if this works or not, but it was just a thought. Have we ever put this out for RFP and to have private companies come in and, potentially this could be a savings. Let people bid on coming up and picking up our leaves. And then it releases our workers to do other things within the village.
We currently
Not sure
have a
if it would work.
contract. We currently have a carting contract that we did go out to RFP for. So I defer of I don't know when that ends. We'd have to look at the contract to see when that ends. I think it was a 3-year contract for carting.
It was a 3-year commitment, but in 25 or 24?
I'm
So
saying
we'll-
to have, not only have the carting, but have them actually pick up the
24.
leaves. We bring in a subcontractor and let them do it. We might potentially, let's put it out for RFP and see if we can save some money in this area.
Will do.
Talking about leaves, would there be a savings if we reduce the time? The window that we do the leaves?
I would say yes, there will be savings, but we will miss homeowners. So it's, right, we looked at doing it earlier, but sometimes you just can't do it earlier
Can't do
because
it
the
early.
leaves haven't dropped.
Right.
Right? So it's one of those programs that you gotta almost play it by ear. But you also wanna make sure we do take care of all residents and we are not missing, and that is one of the big problems. Maybe we look to shortening the window once I release that time frame. So maybe, let's say it is December 1. I go from December 1 to December 18th. This is our window for all residents. We will not come back after the December 18th. We'll go out and we'll handle everything village-wide. This is where we're going to start, and this is where we're going to finish. That is a potential option that we can talk more about.
What's the impact on overtime of the leaf overtime specifically, which is, it's
Minimal.
$5,000.
Minimal. And actually, I shouldn't say minimal. It's weather dependent. The biggest issue with this past year was the snow events that we had during leaf season. So every single time we get a snowstorm, we have to break down every single piece of equipment from leaf season, turn it over to snow removal equipment, and then prep for snow, and then break down, and then go back into leaf program again. So it's a hefty operation that we do. We can be more efficient and effective, but that's also weather dependent.
So it's 160, whether we budget 130 for it or not, because that's kind of what it's cost us. I don't disagree with going out for a new RFP if time permits this year. I don't know if it does or not. So you have to look at that contract to see, and then do the village residents want this enough to pay $160,000 for it? That's the other question. And and I know Trustee Franco said it's a beloved program, and in your letter you said it's a beloved program. Yes. are we,
That is correct.
are
I've
we
never
looking
heard of
at
a
tightening our
resident say-
belts or, to reduce programs that are beloved but not mandatory, that are luxury items? I think it's a great program for people who utilize it. A lot of people don't utilize it, but a lot of people do. But a lot of people who utilize it complain about it because the leaves come down so intermittently and irregularly. And then, is it really something, like, residents are saying we want this budget to be cut. Are they really believing that they want the budget to be cut by cutting a program that is not a mandate? That is an unfunded courtesy program. So it's a question for them, and I'm not it's not anything I'm advocating one way or another for, but if really the belts are going to be tightened, is this another rung that they want to, is this another, tightening that the residents want to, see happen? It's a question.
And I will say this, if the residents choose to make it stay, we'll handle it as best as we can, but we do need to figure out a solution so it's not impeding the safety of the traveling public.
Yeah.
Right.
It is getting pretty dangerous out there. I'm pretty concerned about what would happen if we did cause an accident from somebody swerving around trees, or what if there was a child playing in one of these leaf piles and someone hit that child? What then happens? So I think there needs to be more conversations in the future, not so much here, about what it needs to look like moving forward. So just something I would like to put out there.
In your discussions with the public, have they said anything?
It's been mixed.
Mixed.
It's, some say, yes, reduce it, others say, no, this is a program that we love. It's, the problem that we're having here at the table is the same that
It's
the
a
public
program
is
that we
seeing.
love,
Right.
that we don't want to reduce our budget because of it. Do they go that far?
No.
Well, I think a lot of people were also shocked how much it did cost. There were definitely comments out there where people said this is a waste of money, get rid of it, and then some people think it's the best thing the village does. So I guess that's really a call to residents. Email us and let us know, because we're going to be making tough decisions, and we would like your help doing that. I mean, we are here to, represent you. So the best thing you can do is really let us know if you don't want your taxes going up, tell us the things you are comfortable with us getting cut that we talked about here today.
It would be a good point of discussion for tomorrow night's meeting.
Agreed. Yeah, definitely.
And how much could we save if we close the window, too? So that's another, could we save $80,000 doing that, or $100,000 doing that?
There would definitely be savings if we close the window.
Yeah, because I think even if we just pick up most leaves for most people, or most leaves for everyone that wants it, and not try to shoot for 100% of leaves for everyone that wants it, we would still be in a better spot. And I will say, when I was riding on the ambulance, it is not ideal to have leaves. Literally, we were in the poet section, we were doing snakes all the way through, and you don't want to do that anyway. You don't want to do that with a patient in the back with an EMT trying to work on them.
Absolutely.
The other thing I think is not everybody takes advantage of it, right?
Right.
So it's really only the ones that get blown into the street
Mhm.
deliberately are the ones that wind up getting picked up. So I don't know, is there an opting in maybe to that program that might, so we're
It's tough.
minimizing
It's really tough.
just for the
Yeah.
people who really want it?
That's a communication difficulty.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, I know it'd be
Management
another
difficulty.
administrative
because if someone
burden.
is not
Yes.
opted in, and then they just put their leaves on the side
Yeah.
of the street, DPW is not going to know.
Absolutely. You want to be
logistics nightmare.
We want to be equitable and fair to all residents, right? So
I think another way to do it too, because we break up the village into thirds, right? When we pick up, if we rotate where we start every year, every 3 years you'll have the worst year. So, if you get picked up first, right, you
Right.
probably have more leaves coming down over the next few weeks, but
Which was
next
done this
year.
year. We rotated this year.
okay.
So with the branch pickup that's going on right now, You just said the month of April is branch pickup month, right?
Correct.
And you're not separating the village out in
I'm not.
thirds.
We have staff running Monday through Friday, doing full circles of the village. During the last week of branch pickup, or through the last couple of days, we'll do a final sweep. So right around in the end of April is when we'll finish.
What if, again, this is a communications,
Branch pickup is a lot less time consuming
Right.
than
Than
leaf
leaf.
pickup,
Yeah.
than
Exactly.
leaf
Yeah.
program. So
Less labor intensive.
yes,
so do people call you when their branches are out, when they put their branches out on the street, or do they just wait?
some do. Some started calling in early March. It all depends. So,
Mhm.
but some do. But we are doing full circles of the village, doing full road patrols, and our goal is by early May to have all branches picked up.
That should be a face, we should put that on the village Facebook page for that announcement. I don't think we did that this year. It's a different methodology too, so it's good to communicate.
Is it okay if we move on from leaves?
It's not by weight, by the way, right? You know that.
Yeah, I did learn that after
Okay.
the fact. Yeah, it's
Okay.
volume, right?
Mhm.
So then even-
Yard, by the
or-
yard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then even if we're picking up a little bit less leaves, that'll still
Yeah.
reduce it. Yeah. The Dickens lights. So that's in there budgeted for 16,000. I definitely think it's something that's necessary because we wouldn't want to have mismatched lights downtown. But can that be paid for through metered parking as a reinvestment into downtown? Or is that already happening?
Stephen?
I would say that it's a board decision, but it has been done in the past.
Which?
Using
That using parking funds for lighting along walkways to and from parking lots as a safety issue.
I think it's a great idea.
Can we pay for all of that with metered parking? I think part of our challenge with metered parking is I think we need to have a better conversation with the businesses and what we are spending metered parking on. Because every time I talk to a shop owner, I tell them, you've all heard me say my 3 priorities in metered parking funds, but I think things like obviously the maintenance of the parking lots, the striping of the parking lots, the meters themselves, the staff management that goes along with the whole program, but also sidewalks downtown, trees downtown, beautification downtown. That's all creating an experience to come visit Port Jeff and shop at our shops. And that was part of the experience. So I think there's a good, strong argument to be made, and I would hope the bid in the chamber would hopefully see the value in those investments, possibly.
I was also thinking that a lot of the people that come down and use the parking who are not using retail or restaurant are using our parks. So I was talking to Stephen about this today. It had to be today because it's the only day I've been here. So, so I think that I'm sort of advocating for a similar use of parking funds. And we argue about this, like, should it be used for operations? Yes, it is operations. It's operations that are maintaining the parking lots. It's operation, like, these are operating expenses. But they're also capital expenses that should be reinvesting in our parks because the people who utilize our parks are the people who are visiting and paying for parking. So we really have to look at that parking fund and budget it, like intentionally budget
Yes.
it, and
Yeah,
not just use it for, hey, let's use the park, hey, well, we have to fill this hole. Oh, let's fill this gap. I know there are a lot of gaps, but
That's correct. We have 250,000 in parking capital right now, and this budget is proposing to move another 125,000 as per what was originally agreed. So that
yeah, we need to do more. Like, not whatever we're using that money for, let's really intentionally place it against things that are, like, the Rocket Ship Park needs repairs.
Mhm.
The Parks and Recreation Advisory Council just voted to advise the village board to reinvest in the basketball courts, right? There's other things that Parks and Rec are advocating for. So, you know, we're looking at parkland fees, but maybe it's put parks back in parking.
Yeah, but I'm with you on that 100%. I think families come down to Rocket Ship Park all the time, and I think they stop and get coffee, and they're coming for Rocket Ship Park, not the coffee.
Yeah.
So
And
it
coffee and
makes
ice
sense
cream.
to
Yeah.
reinvest.
Mhm.
They're getting coffee because they are
Tennis
here.
courts
yeah.
and
Mhm.
and Harborfront Park too. So,
Great.
all right.
So we're a yes for Dickens lights coming from parking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. And then whatever insurance reimbursements we can get for that too,
Mhm.
will offset those costs.
And then on this, in the same vein, community beautification, that's in there at 20,000 for this fiscal, or sorry, for the next fiscal. Can part of that be offset as well?
I would say, unfortunately, I don't want to do this, but we can take about $5,000 off. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I think our horticulturist, Christine, definitely does wonders for this village, and I think she can help us out in that area. So we can take 5,000 off.
Okay.
And there's also other grants that we have been looking at as well from our neighboring partners like Barbara, who's been helping us out
Chamber.
offset that money. Thank you, Barbara.
The chamber got 3,500 to work on the Baker's
Mhm.
Alley.
Yep.
So that was budgeted.
She came in at like 32 something, and I rounded up to 35, so I just sent the letter
Yeah.
of approval to, I think, the clerk. I might send a copy, and then, so you see it. So I already asked for the, when we're gonna start shopping.
That made my day today, is to hear that, because that's gonna save us in irrigation costs or water from the fifth season.
Yes, absolutely. And it's going to be a, drought tolerant little dedication garden of people, they can walk through and see what kind of, how to change from the use of heavily irrigated grass to xeriscaped, low maintenance, low water grasses.
Those cement planters that are on the sidewalks, are those helpful, or do they meet our code?
I think it's yes and no. I have looked at them yesterday, and I do think maybe we should pull them for this year. See how the community reacts to it. Don't want to get rid of them completely. I will save them. That will help us save some money too.
We're not removing the telephone pole flower baskets, right?
No.
That will happen this year.
Yep.
Can we perhaps ask the bid if they would be comfortable using parking money to cover the cost of the cement pots?
Sure.
It's not the bid's decision.
Well, but if they're comfortable with it, it would be, we can use the metered parking. I mean, right, we don't have to, but if they would be comfortable with it, then we might as well go for it and use the metered parking for that kind of stuff.
Just paying for the flowers? Is that what you're talking about?
Right, because all the flowers are downtown, and that's what's creating the downtown experience, right?
So not removing the baskets, the flower baskets,
Mm-hmm.
those big cement
Yeah.
conglomerate.
Mm-hmm.
I would
The
say they're
watering-
tripping hazards. I do. They're not, I think we need something like that, but I think it needs to be a safer and more up-to-date, better design.
There's a code requirement of a certain amount of space, right?
For ADA.
And some of them don't, some of them meet the code, some of them don't.
Mhm.
And they all require watering and staff time.
We're talking about the big pots, right?
The
Like
big
the big
giant
giant
cement
cement
things.
rock
Yeah.
pot. Yeah. Can we? There's certain spots that are X'd out on Main Street and East Main. Could we move them into there if they violate the sidewalk code?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll look at it. 100%.
Like those like X'd out. I know some of them we just removed because it creates a blind spot when the car's there.
Oh, you mean where the spots are X'd out, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know the bid, under the new leadership with the bid, looking for more beautification projects, I think they'll be receptive to that.
Okay,
Also, the Economic Opportunity Task Force, that's our entire agenda this evening at 7:30 about more beautification projects. So I think there's some receptivity there on all of that. Taking everything about the concept.
Thank you, Barbara.
okay. So you'll just take a look at those planters that violate the code and see if there are places to move them where it wouldn't violate the code. But it still requires staff time, watering time. That's a full half day of Andrew's time, right?
Yeah, minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when we get into the heat of summer. So, something to look at, and by the end of this summer, I'll have a more concrete plan and actual program and what that cost truly is for maintenance of those pots.
I mean, another alternative too is we could try to shift to more native plants that we could just depend on the rain. They'll be.
We looked at
better.
that we looked at that, I think, I can't remember if it was the Civic or might have even been Rebecca, when she was a trustee, looked at the value of natives in hanging baskets or something. I forget who looked at that. Do you remember who looked at that?
It was Rebecca.
It makes sense that it
It was
was,
a
but
couple
I'm
of years
not
ago.
remembering. But
It was a couple
it
years
was not
ago.
viable. There aren't
In
native
the-
plants
But
that,
the baskets are different than the pots.
Than the
The pots are
pots.
pretty decent size.
yeah.
I can ask her if she looked at the pots too.
Well, we could ask Christine.
Yeah, we'll ask
Yeah.
her.
Okay,
soon,
yeah,
and I'll
right,
look
yeah.
into it too. That's kind of my goal at the Baker's Alley was to go to water savings and more of a native type. So that would be a great project for Christine.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else for DPW, Greg?
So, street cleaning is on here. I think they're still there, but usually there's a little sign on the back of the trucks that say this is paid for by metered parking. Is that still the situation?
It's being utilized.
And it's in this budget. We still owe 2 more payments on that sweeper at just under 64,000, and that's part of the interfund transfer line, which is A9950-900.
Okay.
So
But then I guess street cleaning expenses would be maintenance for that piece of equipment.
which line item?
8170-0400.
Well, the one above
So
it is.
that
street
is
cleaning
actually,
equipment.
those are the street cleaning expenses. That's where we have to take all of the cleaning somewhere. DPW, Greg can correct me. But that's our dumping fees,
Got it.
as well as brooms, and there's a variety of things that we end up having to need to purchase. That's where that comes out of.
Correct.
But we're mostly collecting from downtown, right? No?
Village-wide. We try to sweep every road in the village. Obviously, the downtown core is on more of a routine schedule, just due to the fact of the foot traffic, pedestrian traffic, and vehicle traffic, but we do sweep every roadway in the village.
Okay.
We have a grant in for a new, is it VACCON or street sweeper? I can't remember. VACCON. Is there a line item for, I should know this, I think I do, but I'm asking it just to be rhetorical. Is there a line item for storm drains clean out?
Yes, 8140, 460, and that's the cost to supplement our staff to clean out 43 storm drains at the Suffolk County price of $2,000 per storm drain, in accordance with the MS4.
And I very much appreciate you including that in the budget, because I think if you look at some of the storm drains, they clearly have never been cleaned out or for quite some time.
Very
Yeah,
quickly
they do.
too.
Yeah, but I think that obviously contributes to the flooding downtown.
Yeah.
So that might also be a good use of metered parking too, because the problem all ends up obviously there are certain streets that have their own problems, but when we think of flooding in Port Jeff, it is all downtown, or that is what people think of, and that is where the worst of it happens, and that is the business district that is impacted. So it would also help protect them from their own problems if we use metered parking for those kind of expenses as well.
You make a good case. I can't wait to dig into that parking fund, just to see, just to really, be creative with it, honestly, and see what, we're going through these line items, and it's a great exercise. I'm very grateful, and don't have any negative feelings about this process at all, that we're narrowing down a lot of things. We should do that for our revenue funds, every single revenue fund, and just really dig into them, right? That are not from tax resources, funds, levy, whatever.
Non-tax revenue items.
Correct. Anything else, Bob?
Nope.
What about your fleet?
Well, I oversee all the village's fleet.
I mean,
And we've definitely took a massive hit this winter with damages, somewhere around 9 snow events, lots of extra hours put on our vehicles. I'm working on 2 programs, one looking at the cost-benefit analysis of purchase versus lease. I'm working with Lauren from Enterprise, and also doing my own study of the in-house to kind of get a better understanding of what we should be doing, and not only for today but into the future. So what our vehicle replacement program should truly look like over the next 5, 10, 15 years. And that benefits the village because that touches all the village and equipment.
and you did remind, I don't know why this occurred to me just now, but I see that you're down a DPW person
Correct.
and a parks person
I am.
outside of on 2 injuries, right?
Yes.
So that's 2 more employees that you don't have,
Yes.
and further reinforces the need for you to fill that labor position.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that line item has to come back on.
What I would add is that the sooner that the position is filled, the sooner we know what health insurance needs we know, which could be the sooner we could reduce the budget even
Well,
further.
let's find that person.
Okay. Will do.
Do we agree? I mean,
I would say let's wait till June 1. I would feel more comfortable let this budget get adopted, or the budget when we know at the end of the month, and then we can start the search. And by that time, we have to keep the positions open for a certain amount of time. We have to do the proper interviews, second interviews. So by that time, we're going to be going well into June, regardless if we start right now. But it is an imperative position to keep.
summer's coming.
It's coming fast.
It's going to be here.
So
But I think the treasurer's point was if we can fill it now, we'll know what the insurance
For budgeting
impact
purposes.
for the budget. So if we can,
Are you
if
comfortable
they
with that?
choose not to take it, that's another $50,000 to $60,000 we have to figure out.
Amend.
I'm confident that we could fill the position and pay for it for the rest of the year with what's available in the budget right now.
Sounds good.
Is that on parks? Yeah, okay, so the run rate's lower than we budgeted for, both for this year and next year, so there's some
Yes,
excess there, yeah.
there's a $24,000 drop from family to single medical, depending on need, which is not insignificant.
In your opinion. I made him laugh. He got that one.
Would you like to circle back to trees? I propose this. Let's move it down to $40,000 and I'll do a better job of managing the tree line item. Tree.
Proactive.
Be a little bit more proactive rather than reactive and determine what is truly an absolute need, and that would come from myself. And if I do feel like we're approaching that $40,000 number or $30,000 number, I'll let the board and the mayor know.
Thank you.
Good.
All done with DPW? Okay, let's move to Pat. And Country Club.
It's going to be all the way in the back.
No, I know. I was just looking at
79.89.
Did we ever figure out what off-street parking expenses were? Sorry, that's not on.
Pat, do you know?
This is my last sticky note in the.
Back to, is that back
Sorry.
to code? What number line item is that?
It's highway.
It's highway.
It
Stephen, would
is-
you like to explain it?
Yeah, give me
Do you need the number?
5650, 400.
Yep.
So part of what comes out of this line is for HADUC for the environmental consulting regarding the landfill issue. That is one of the major expenses that comes out of this line. This is, and just historically, this a couple of years ago is where the LEAF program came out of. It got moved out. It's really based. It's a misnomer. It's not. It shouldn't be called. It shouldn't be called off-street parking. We will correct it. It's more of the highway where anything that's involved with like the side of the streets or something that's highway related that can't be easily classified has been put in here.
Is it engineering expense?
For the environmental consulting, it was. That has always come out of this line.
No, I mean, can we rename it to something that's?
We could. I think that's a fair. We could rename it highway engineering expenses, and then anything that's not part of that, we can reallocate the funding. I'll work with Greg to do that. I think that's yes. In fact, we could probably just create an engineering line and get rid of this line altogether. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
That sounds good to me.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay.
Huh? No, but we would. Yeah.
What was that interaction that the two treasurers' language were speaking? That's treasurer language.
We have an engineering line, right?
Yes.
But this would be highway engineering.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that, how much is in that line?
11,186. We transferred some money in. There's 4,000 left. We spent 6,000 this year on it. So there may be a little bit of savings at the end of the year, but I'm working with DPW on some stuff to fix it.
So Lisa, our grants administrator consultant, just submitted the final reimbursable Cat Z documentation for the FEMA flood mitigation program. Those are engineering fees. Will that come back into our budget? Into that line item, maybe?
Not this line item, it would go against the engineering line item, yes.
Uh-huh.
It would be a reimbursement in the year.
And that's
If we get it.
40,000, that's 40,000. Is that, did I read that right?
The engineering line is funded at 110.
The,
Oh, the CATSE, yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's good news, right?
Absolutely.
And one of the things we're working on for engineering costs is, you know, we're asking our engineers to get involved with the planning, some of these major projects. And so those fees will be escrowed into the costs of the applicant. And while it might come, it'll come right out of those fee lines. Are you creating lines for that, Stephen, for the engineers? Or Michelle?
Sorry.
You can,
Michelle handles the tracking of all that, so she can answer.
great.
We have an engineering fees line that when the applicant gives us the money, we deposit it into that account. It's a trust account.
Mhm.
I have a spreadsheet of what everybody has given us, and then as the invoices come in, I pay out of that T93 account, and then minus it off the spreadsheet so we know what everybody has.
Okay.
It was just, this was the way we had done it. There was just so many projects to break down to a different line for every single one.
Right.
It was just easier to do. So
Good.
I keep track of that, and Cindy knows to come to me and say, this is for engineering fees, or site inspections,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
we go from there.
Good. It just seems like, and this probably isn't new, but it's kind of new to me that the costs of an applicant shouldn't be passed on through employee staff costs or time to process applications for things that aren't for the taxpayers. It's for, ultimately it might be, but it's their project, it's their investment, and so taxpayers shouldn't be paying fees for these types of projects. So it's just maybe a new focus. Maybe it always existed, Michelle, that,
It did somewhat. I've seen a lot more come in recently than I have in the past.
okay, good. And there's a lot of big projects too.
Yeah.
Huge projects, so.
We have Mather and St. Charles, and
The Beechwood,
now we have Beechwood, so we have
the Uptown South Village projects, yeah, so, okay. All right, anything else before we turn to Pat? Country Club? Maintenance? We're still looking for the missing siding. I'm not gonna quit till we find it, Pat. Do you know where it is, Michelle?
No, I can't even remember who built the building.
Wasn't it F&F Concrete?
I think it might have been F&F. You and I discussed that, but I don't remember.
We'll get to the bottom of it.
And of course, I don't know, we filed all our capital, because that was a long time ago.
12 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$79.89. Here we go. Matt, you still with us?
I'm still here.
All right.
Is that all for Pat?
Good job, Pat, good job.
I have a question. That ball picker that works the driving range, do we have to buy a new one?
New engine.
Just a new engine?
Just new engine, $2,800. We'll install the engine in-house.
Great.
Okay.
And I retrofitted the one fairway dropped off to fit our ball picker now, so it's back up and running.
Okay,
So
good. Good solution. And the beverage cart that Lessings is supposed to pay for? They,
We can share. I talked to Joe, and he was paying to get it serviced and to get a new canopy, and
oh, they're not buying a new one?
they bought a utility cart. They didn't buy a beverage cart
Why'd they buy a utility cart?
because they always have to borrow ours during outings and stuff when we need it to haul golf clubs or
And-
anything.
But that's not the contractual agreement.
I'm unaware of the contract.
I know what's in the contract, but that utility cart isn't, so we might be able to find a cart that they can spend $10,000 on,
yeah, we could definitely find it.
like a new
Yeah.
beverage cart. Because that one backfires, and can Chris fix that?
The backfiring issue with those, no. Once they start backfiring,
That's
pretty
it?
much the way they are. Yeah. Yeah.
Joe told me they were investing in the old beverage cart. So they were getting it tuned up and fixed and more presentable. That's what he told me.
The backfiring's regenning them and all that, and it's not worth the cost of the cart to do it. That's
Gotcha.
why they don't do it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I know a new beverage cart's probably 15,000 easy.
15, 17.
What about a newer one, new to us,
Well, that's what we can do. I'll use one. I can look tomorrow.
right? Maybe we don't have to get a brand new one.
When you say we get a new one, is that Lessings getting
Yeah.
a new one? Okay.
Yes, sorry, I misspoke. My pronouns are off.
All right, given the fact that the golf course is not going to impact the real situation at hand materially in any way, do you guys have more questions for Pat?
Nope.
I mean, a couple of things that just jumped out at me I don't know if Pat would know this, the insurance has gone up. That just across the board, Stephen?
Yes.
Insurance has gone up considerably there. There's another item. Equipment purchases. What do we? 79.89. 20.
I mean, that's just for backpack blowers, push mowers, and stuff like that. When you're using them on the commercial scale we do, they don't last like they would
Sure.
at the residential level.
Building repairs. It's gone from 5 to 10.
So if you look back, the heaters blow out at our shop, and if you get the bills from Command Air, I'll bet you we're spending more relighting those heaters and repairing those heaters than it would be to put new heaters in.
So that's new heaters.
So that's why I put it in every year, and it gets taken somewhere else every year.
And pesticide fertilizer, I mean, that's going up, and that's, are we locked in?
So yeah, I purchased all my chemical
Okay.
already I purchased it this year for the upcoming year. So
Okay.
we're locked in on
That's
everything
all
for
locked
that.
in. That's
Yeah.
good.
And that was before the
Yes.
increases due to the Strait of Hormuz.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we follow the price of urea. As soon as it goes up, I try and call some vendors and see if I can lock in prices.
Tree pruning. Are we doing that in-house, or is that?
So yeah, I actually have that. That can go down if we want, if we need to. It's just our bucket truck is sketchy at best. So I'd like to have a professional come in for some of the stuff we can't reach.
But we already did. So first of all, the Board of Governors and the members had asked for a number of, trees to be addressed. Some of them were unsafe. I think Pat did a good job of taking a lot of that down, which was originally budgeted to be done by others. But yeah, there's still a few that too unsafe for the staff to take down.
Yeah, I've seen Pat in that bucket truck and feel very uncomfortable.
And the other two questions I have, professional services.
The agricultural dude?
So we hired a consultant to do a 3-month visit. Every 3 months he'll come up and just go over the course and anything new out there, new technologies, new grass types, new sprinklers, everything, just to keep up.
Identify
up with the times.
disease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And annual course improvements. That's gone up from 14 to 86.
That's to improve the course annually.
But it's.
It's the carpets.
Thanks, Pat.
That is the carpets that they allocated $50,000 for each year to slowly get all the carpets done.
Got it.
Capital planning, wow.
We did the one on 11. Actually came out pretty nice. I think it looks awesome. Yeah, and
Does it look good? Looks good?
and the price was definitely right.
Good. How's 10?
That's actually, I was going to ask you, I need to borrow a concrete saw. It's happening tomorrow. Yeah.
Just to,
As far as staffing and overseeing your part of the course management, you're staffed to what you need to manage the course from a maintenance perspective, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And Jake, I'm sorry, I'll wait till we get to Jake. I was going to ask, I'll wait till we get to Jake.
So actually, I'm going to cut it down a guy this year and see how it goes to try and cut down that overtime and just our overall general budget.
Pat, what did it cost you to do the repair 11, the cart path, just to kind of get a general idea of what it's running us?
Probably like all in $3,000.
Oh, not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Well done.
fuel line, that's enough. I mean, it's a little increase from last year, but fuel's gone up.
We hope.
Yeah.
We're still okay right now for this year, so if we went up a little bit.
And starters went down. That's you, yeah. Yeah, that's all I have for Pat. Sorry, I had that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the starter went down. Years past, we've had, that starter line has been starters, rangers, and we've kind of moved off of having rangers, and we diverted some of that money to cover the new GPS expense for the cart lease, for the GPS lease in the car lease.
Jake, and you and Larry are fully capable of running the golf operations, correct? You're not having any difficulty with that? Managing staff, outings, things like that. You got everything locked down?
Yes. I would love to see a Danielle's position get filled. That's been a big burden on my hours and my job. It's been a little taxing, but we've made it work. And yes, traditionally, yes, me and Larry can make sure everything gets completed.
And then Danielle's position, we are going to fill that position, correct? And that's the plan, right?
Yes, there are plans for that.
Okay. The reason I'm asking both of you those questions, I'm sure I'm going to segue. It looks like they budgeted for a general manager for the golf course, which I think is unnecessary based on the both of your experience and the way that you operate the golf course and work cohesively together. I think the necessity of a general manager is, again, waste of money. It's a waste of money. It's an expense that we don't need, especially after we raised fees at the course 29.7% over the last 2 years. You know, at some point we're gonna need to tighten our belts a little bit here also. So that's why I'm happy that the both of you feel confident that you can manage the course effectively without having another layer of oversight.
Another layer of overtime?
No, oversight.
Oversight, okay.
So I would say in some aspects I agree, but also there's certainly things that fall beyond me that need to be dealt with, or that I cannot do, as far as basically being the bridge between Lessings and the country club. That's really out of my job title and my experience.
What are
and
they
then
asking
holding
you to bridge? Like what?
Well,
what
no,
are
I
you being
mean,
asked to
I
do?
mean, some of that is being done by Lauren, and some of it's been done by the Board of Governors. I mean, I know we've talked about, is there a way to, combine kind of a general manager and membership coordinator that has oversight over all of that, and it's more of a hospitality position rather than a general manager. But there's definitely, as
Like
far
they-
as bridging that gap between Lessings and we do a lot of, I think the goal of being a country club is having a food and beverage portion that the members can be served at. There definitely needs to be someone making sure that Lessings is playing their part in their contractual obligations.
So that could that potentially be Danielle's advance her role, that position that Danielle held, could she manage that position, manage that?
We've discussed that as a possibility of combining kind of a general manager and membership coordinator position.
Battery's dying.
Is that senior enough then to be able to manage Lessings on a day-to-day basis?
What's that?
Is that, so a membership coordinator in my
Yeah.
mind would not be senior enough, a senior enough individual to manage the
all
Lessings
depends,
relationship?
It all depends on the person and
Mhm.
kind of their experience, their role, their capacity to fulfill that role. I mean, I think you're definitely looking at more of a general manager type of person in order to be able to do those both. You're not going to say, let's hire a membership coordinator that also is the bridge to Lessings and their contractual obligations. I think you're maybe looking at more of a general manager type that can maybe fulfill, since we don't own and run the food and beverage, is having a full-time general manager a necessary title to have? Maybe not, but that can also be supplemented by being the face for the membership and maybe a membership coordinator. So there's
I mean, think of all the
So
components that go into running the campus. We have the new Meadow property that, who's negotiating that with Lessings? It's kind of fallen on the shoulders of the mayor and the board of trustees and CCMAC and the board of governors. You have the food and beverage component where the membership and the residents are really actively emphasizing that they want access to the Waterview property as a benefit of their residents here and their membership. There is the facility of the country club facility. That's not your job, Jake, to make sure that facility is running properly. That's not Pat's job to make sure that facility is running properly, that the gutter system is working appropriately, that the drainage systems are working appropriately, and that the utilities collecting the sewage material is working properly and functioning and correct. And then you have the fences lining the plastic pipe PVC fences lining the parking lot and the driveway, and then you have the storm drains in the roadway, and then you have the traffic calming devices that are they being installed or aren't they? That's not for you guys to go to DPW to do. That's for a leadership role at the campus, on campus.
Laura,
And then there's a couple other things too. If the superintendent of the facility, the golf course needs to go to the DEC for a new permit, who's doing that? Who's doing that? Who's requesting the new permit? It's not really your job to do that. Maybe it is, but you know, you're managing the course. Who's managing the interaction, the intergovernment relations activity between what's right for the golf course and the facility itself, and the government officials and the regulatory bodies that we have to answer to? So I recognize those as issues that are off your job descriptions, and definitely outside of a membership coordinator's job description. Who's negotiating contracts with Lessings to provide the food and beverage for golf outings? I mean, that could be in your job description, but you know, there's who's interacting, getting the technology up to date. The mayor's calling Teresa to go over and change out those computers because there's no general manager there to say, these are the priorities, this is what we need, this is how we need to budget. You know, there's interface that's needed. So, you know, I'm advocating for a form of a general manager that can do all of those things seamlessly, intelligently, professionally, with experience. And that's not me. That's not Trustee Ugrinsky. And I don't see anybody at this table that's doing those things. So we can continue to ignore it and pretend it's not a need, but it's funded, and maybe we can save a little money by doing something else or getting a different sort of person in that position. But I advocate strongly for it to take a lot of that pressure and the membership pressure off of you. You know, members go right to you for things that they should be going to a general manager for. And it's not fair to you. Grievances need to be addressed, not directly on site. You need to be able to go to somebody to say, this issue happened with me today. This is my observation. This is how I would handle it. What do you think I should do?
Yeah. Yeah, and Zena, it's not fair for Zena to be thrown into that,
Yeah,
thrust
it's
into
not
that.
sustainable.
Right.
And
Well,
it's not her
I think
experience.
the problem with
core.
what the mayor just stated was that she conflates the campus. She calls it a campus when it is not a campus. It is the catering hall, which is a separate entity from the golf course. And what we're talking about hiring a general manager to do, they're not going to negotiate contracts for the meadow with Lessings. That's our responsibility. And as far as permits and the food service, we're talking about the turn. So to bring someone in on a salary and benefit package of over $225,000 to make sure that Lessings make sure they have chicken fingers and French fries for the members. I mean, to me, and I know I'm being sarcastic, but that's just absurd. And a lot of the issues that you mentioned, Mayor, you're conflating the two. They're not the same entity. It is not a campus. It is the catering hall and the golf course. That's it. All that Lessings, there's no restaurant there anymore. All Lessings does is service the turn. That's it. So for us to take another $225,000 to $50,000 to handle the minutia that you just spoke about, this is really should be handled by us. This administration should be handling that. And if it's above what Jake and Larry, that's sort of the first question I asked them, are you having trouble running the operations at the golf course? And they said no. So again, at some point we have to tighten the belts here. We just raised rates in 2 years 30%. You know, it's easy to spend other people's money. You know, but I think at some point we have to kind of recognize that we need to tighten our belts. And putting more management on top. All I've heard today is hire more management. It's as a resident of this community, I would be furious right now. And I know that the residents don't pay for the golf course general manager. I get that, but you know, we're too top heavy. We have no capital reserve fund. How about let's take that general manager's salary that's budgeted and now make that a capital reserve fund so we can actually do some things on the course if there's a breakdown of the pump or the gas area. Again, I think at some point we really need to say we have to rein in spending, and this is definitely one way of doing it.
I hear what you're saying, and I've heard you say that before, and I'll respectfully disagree. We also have a huge project that's being evaluated by, and was just heard by our planning board in the restoration of the East Beach Bluff, which is adjacent to the campus and protects property on the campus. So that's a huge point of who's managing that facility and all of that project. So right now it's the mayor, and it doesn't make any sense for the mayor to see those aspects through. It should be an administrator who has continuity and institutional knowledge and the capabilities and the training to take that project to where it is either needs to go, is going, isn't going, should be the person bringing that information to the Board of Trustees. We also have tennis courts that are being restored right now. And out of respect for the golf course maintenance crew's time and efforts, we're asking them not to focus on the north side of the campus. So who's doing that? The mayor and the deputy mayor? I mean, if we want to spend 60 hours a week working, we don't get overtime, we don't get comp time. So to me, no mayor should be doing this full time. And I don't resent it. I just think it's not sustainable or strategically wise for elected officials to be running municipal operations. It should be run by staff, and to be sort of addition by subtraction, in this case, is probably not the best way to go. Not probably. I know it's not the best way to go. There's so much going on up there that needs attention. Those big piles that are supposedly going into the ground to make the driving range improved. That whole piece of property on the west side of the parking lot that's been sitting in dirt for 5 years now, because there was no general manager there to say, we need drawings, we need engineering plans, we need elevations, and we need the planning board to approve this project. Like, every project that we work on up there should be reviewed by the planning board, because they're experienced, they know what they're doing, and they can provide advice that is needed for the engineers and the construction vendors to work from. It was an incredibly useful experience and exercise to have the planning board look at the plans or hear the presentation from GEI last week. They came back with some excellent feedback that's currently being tweaked, and now the engineers are reacting to that, and it was successful, and they want to see the structural evaluation of that of the building too. And again, who's facilitating that? The mayor? Yes.
I mean, I would say it wasn't just the residents. The membership of the country club paid $40,000 for, to get an evaluation of what we're doing and how we should be doing it. And it seems like, Matt, with all due respect, you don't want to succeed to their interest or what they came out of that with.
Jake, I heard that presentation, and I don't know if you saw it. I had to correct that gentleman on more times than I had to because he misspoke about the connection between the golf course and the village and how finances work. Do I think that that was an effective presentation? No. Have we gotten the final presentation? No. So, to me, to comment about that presentation when we were never given it to us in advance, and still have not, as of today, received the final work product. You know, it was, to me, in my opinion, we threw away $40,000. And again, what's the membership asking for? To waste another $250,000 on a general manager? We had that, and we got rid of it.
Actually, I can respond to that. The membership is actually asking for a general manager too. The overwhelming majority of the membership feels that a general manager would be extremely beneficial to the country club.
I think we've, over time, I've been here for 10 years. I think one of the biggest issues has been there hasn't been a long-term plan. There hasn't been a mission statement of who we are. We have some people that just want it to be affordable as possible, which is completely understandable. We have some members that want it to be a real, true country club with the country club feel. So I think regardless of what we decide to do, we need to have a plan and then act on that plan.
And who's going to do that?
We're still waiting to get the plan.
No. There was a strategic operational review and the recommendations therefrom.
Okay, we all know how Trustee Franco
All right,
and the mayor
Matt.
feel about the general manager. I am agnostic on it one way or the other. I will support whatever majority of the membership supports. I'm not on the golf course, so if you have strong feelings about it, please email me. The only thing I will say is I do not, regardless of where we end up on general manager or not, I don't feel like it would be appropriate for the golf course general manager to be the lead negotiator on anything to do with lessings because it is a village asset, and I've said that the biggest benefit that the entire property brings to the village is the money that comes into the general fund, and obviously there would be a not necessarily a conflict of interest, but competing interests if the golf club general manager was
It's not a golf club general manager.
Well,
either way.
Yeah, I
Either way.
I hear
I just
you,
The
but-
country
wanna-
club general manager.
I
Yeah.
just want to point out
Everything comes
the
to the Board of
GM
Trustees.
wouldn't be negotiating it, but he would be acting, he or she, as the enforcer to ensure that Lassings is doing what is
That's fine.
contractually
Yeah.
required. The other thing is, now having sat in those, tried to play that role when necessary, right? I'm not a general manager, but I can tell you that sort of in day-to-day operations, you really need somebody who's sitting there because some members will go and try to direct staff. And these guys have no one to go to that will enforce, right, and give them air cover. So that's the one thing I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say is I really do think we need a village administrator, right? Someone who is running the large projects, who is, managing the engineers. That person should be paying for themselves because they're the ones holding the engineers' feet to the fire. Because based on some of the things that I've already seen, based on having been down by the bluff and, just with the plantings, et cetera, you really need someone who's coming in every couple of hours, looking at what they're doing, asking them why they didn't have the right seeds with them that morning. I mean, someone needs to have the cojones, pardon me, but to say, listen, guys, you need to demobilize until you have all the materials you need, and then you can remobilize. We don't have anyone who is doing that kind of project management. And I think, one of the reasons I ran to begin with was the parade of change requests that were coming through from various contractors, and those would absolutely pay for the administrator. And the other thing is that administrator would take, some of what the clerk is doing now, which is kind of outside her jurisdiction too, as well as the stuff that the mayor's handling, and and it's really a matter of continuity, as the mayor stated. We're going to, over the next 5 years, we'll have, possibly more mayors, right? And so you want to have that sustainability. So I think the GM is a part of that. I think the assistant, the administrator is a part of that. And I think those are two really important positions. And only one of them affects taxes.
Are we discussing other departments as well, or budget lines? So like the Board of Trustees line,
Treasurer, clerk,
planning
yes.
board.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. We're only, 4 hours almost in? But any more questions for our country club folks?
No.
Would it be okay if I got out of here?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thanks for sitting through it. You learned a lot about village government. I know you did.
Are you
More
sure,
than
Jake?
you-
You sure you don't want to stay?
Wants you back.
How about you? Do we want to release DPW?
No, it's his call.
Well, he gave it back to us.
Stay.
With the Board of Trustees line, I'm comfortable cutting out 11,000 from salaries, and the expenses that pays for the jackets, business cards, NICOM conference, right? Sorry, I asked would you be able to answer?
Oh, what, to cut that out?
That's what that covers, right?
Oh, that's what that covers, yeah.
Yeah, so the assistant treasurer, you're not on mic, so the assistant treasurer said yes, that is what that covers. I would be fine zeroing that out for this year. It's not an extreme expense, but it would at least be symbolic for belt tightening.
I think we should look at salaries and healthcare too, for the trustees. If we're really serious about digging in and helping next year, that should be something that's on the table.
Do all the trustees, I know I waived my healthcare benefit, so I don't, my healthcare wouldn't impact the budget.
I also waived my health care.
Yeah, I don't take it.
I do, as a retiree from the village. I still take it.
But that would that be under trustee or as a retiree?
What's the difference of that?
It actually comes out of medical.
Yeah, it comes out of medical.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
comes out of medical.
if trustee Giuliano is no longer a trustee, he would still be entitled to retirement medical benefits.
Right.
Because of his tenure.
You don't take it as a trustee, you take it
Right,
as a
As a
retiree.
retiree.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
correct.
so that's
Yes.
that's
Yes.
irrelevant. Okay.
How much does that drop the budget if I do it?
About 40,000.
I'm going to go you one better. If we hire a village administrator, I will waive my salary completely to hire a village administrator. Steven's breathless. He's like, so that'll save, what does that save, 40?
28,000 for the general fund, 7,000 for the country club.
Plus the waive. Does that
waiving of,
include the waiving of the healthcare?
waiving of all healthcare would,
That comes
that's
out of a
another
different line
25
item?
That comes out of the same line item, that's $2,500 for the buyback.
Total 39? Something like that?
38.
Yeah. But that would mean that I wouldn't be here 60 hours a week.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna work. I'm gonna get a job.
A real job.
No, this is a real job.
I know.
This is a great job, but I'd rather see an administrator do it.
I'm just tracking these changes. Was there agreement on the board meeting expenses on the Board of Trustees, the 2,000?
We didn't get there yet.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Do you mean, was that what Kyle
The-
brought up?
The 2,000.
I
yeah.
brought up both at the same time.
Go
But
over again what you.
Sorry, it does sound like there's consensus to at least cut a quarter out of the taxpayer end of Board of Trustees salaries. So that would be
20, how much? 25% reduction?
Yeah, 'cause that would be 11,000.
Yeah,
By the way, my pledge to do that would be in effect as soon as the village administrator is hired.
Yeah, correct. That's an 11,000 drop on the general fund to reduce trustee salaries, 25%.
So add all that up,
All right.
please. No one's going to NICOM next year anyway.
I would say you may want to leave $100 in the expense line for new placards, depending on the results of an election.
Okay.
Wait a minute,
Just
DPW
cautious.
can make those.
Can
They have
they?
a sign
Can you?
making machine.
Never mind. All right. So what you're asking me to add up the trustee salaries, that expense. So that's 13,000, 35. It's 48,000. A reduction, elimination of healthcare benefits. So that's another 25. All right. You know what? Let's circle back.
We'll
I'm going to add
figure
it all
that
up.
out,
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
My brain is hurting.
Well, he's
Anything else there?
mathing.
No tightening of the belts enough to reduce your salaries to zero?
All right, should we do 0?
I'm okay with that.
Want to do it?
Look, we need to do it for the good of the village.
Yep.
It's 96,500 to, well, and if there's another $33,000 reduction,
That's a chunk of change.
that's $129,000.
6 figures.
So we're putting our money where our mouth is,
Right.
which I think is important.
That would pay for the village administrator's salary, practically. And reduce our workloads at the same time.
You said that we could cut office supplies by 1,500 from Treasury. Is that, or 500? No, 1,500.
From on my line.
Is that possible?
How much did you, to go back,
It's
go down
at-
to 2,000?
It's at 35, if we could go down to 2.
We, yes.
Okay.
Where was that?
That's
Oh,
treasury,
Treasury.
office supplies.
More double-sided paper printing.
Mm-hmm. Just on bot minutes, we'd save it.
I mean, no joke. When we have to order paper, it's almost $400 to $500 a clip, and we have to do that once every 3 weeks or so. Just so that's the whole. That's every department, but it adds up. But we'll make do. We will figure it out.
Can we do the same to village clerk office supplies? It goes up to 5,000. I can't remember the starting number.
If I can,
Doing this.
Yeah.
if I can weigh in on this, I say no, because clerk has so many
Documents.
people that go under you. You know, like Rita doesn't have a department.
Well, we also have the expensive birth and death certificate paper.
Right, so you
And
you
the tax
have,
bills.
That's very
And the
expensive,
tax-
and the tax bills.
so postage, you know, like I just,
It's
I
a
think-
cost of doing business, basically.
I think you have a lot that comes out of
I do.
you.
Not frivolous.
I do.
It still goes up by 1,500. Is that?
How much we spent in postage this year alone?
I
We're-
don't.
we're
That's
like-
why we're having this conversation.
If you do you
No,
know?
it's just you just,
Yeah.
no,
We're
how much?
paying
Can you tell me?
Yeah.
Roughly $1,500 a month. Some months 3,000, depending on. I mail about 200 bills a month. Elizabeth does her late notices. Then you have the time when you have tax bills. Then you have death certificates, birth certificates going out. Postage has become a huge
It's
expense.
municipal operation. The taxes.
Taxes, yeah. So.
What do you think, Bob? You worked in that office
I
for a
don't-
long time.
Maybe the increase, but I don't see us cutting anything other than that. I don't know, what do you think?
How far over are we this year? Are we over?
On office supplies.
On clerk?
I think we can cut it back 1,000. If you're asking my,
How far are
we're
we
not over right now.
Okay.
We're at 2,000. I think we can cut it back 1,000. I think we can make economies.
So the postage doesn't come out of that budget?
No.
No. So,
Is that a building,
Yeah, different line item.
different line item?
tighten that belt. No
Um,
increase for you.
where does the village hall maintenance, like the painting and the carpet repair?
That was in the municipal expense line, which is a 1910 400, I believe, or 1920 400.
I think we should defer those 1 year.
Yeah.
So that's 15,000.
Yeah, but we talked about like doing that this year with funds that are available.
So is it in next year's budget or not?
So in the revision discussion, removing it from next year's budget and getting
Doing it.
the minimum done, like, we don't have to do the registrar's office per se, because it's in a little bit better shape. It just won't unify the look, but the space where building inspector, Rita sit, that space needs work. That space needs to be upgraded, because it's, there's holes in the wall,
There's holes in the wall.
Yeah.
and there's
Literally.
duct tape on the rugs.
Literally. And residents go there, go inside.
Yeah, there's
well,
interface there.
But
Where
there's
they don't
money-
in the registrar's office.
But
I-
there's money in this year's budget to get that done?
Much.
Yes, I'm going to be, yes, I will, there's enough, yeah. We can get it done this year.
Just that one space. So it won't be 15, it'll be like more like 7 or 8, because
Yes.
it's definitely smaller.
Yeah, I think it's closer
And
to
you
6,500.
can have the conversation with Marissa, Bob.
I will.
Good
I'll-
luck.
I'll talk to her about that.
But to defer it, I think, is a good plan because it can be amortized.
The ethics attorney, how much of that is for the training that we get every year?
That's a small amount. There were a variety of other things involved, but we spent 9,000 so far this year, and I believe that there were a few things that were taken up by the ethics board that drove some of those costs up, as well as attendance at the monthly meetings.
Can we cut the training or turn that into a not lawyer
In person?
training?
I think we can do, I think we did a video of it the last time it was done, did we not?
Pretty sure it was
No,
here.
he did it in person.
Yeah.
It was here.
And we didn't record it?
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't think so either.
I think that's like just a,
Webinar.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yep. And I don't think he needs to be here in person. I agree with that. That's probably running the cost up a little bit.
I don't know how to quantify how much to bring it down. That's the only.
We'll let you figure it out.
All right. I'll
I
bring.
would cut
But
it
it was
in
like
half.
an hour.
I would cut it in half.
Cut it in half.
Yeah.
He does two
Okay.
of them.
And,
More than an hour, wasn't it?
but
More than enough.
really what's
Alright.
supposed to happen is that
All right,
the,
maybe it was.
I thought the board was supposed to conduct the training, but I thought that's what the ethics code said. But, yeah, let's see if we can cut that in half, Stephen.
Okay. That's 5,000 in savings.
What about the village? I could say it's because Dave's not here. Village attorney expenses in general. I mean, okay, hold on.
We talked about how to reduce that, and one of the ways is to start relying more on NICOM for sort of more generic questions, things that are more easily answered and not particular, or
Or at least a first stop.
yeah. So that'll save some. We've made the village attorney very much aware of that. We're trying to keep his costs to a minimum.
Right.
And and we've also advised staff that work with him to try and do the same. So
So we're gonna go to the historical number, 105.
yeah, let's try and meet it. It's discipline, I think. And I don't think it will require, like, I don't, if we look at his bills, Clerk Perillo or Treasurer Gafka, let's look at how many hours are spent on, how much of that is driven by village meetings.
Yeah, like if he can skip the work sessions or when we're not doing like code changes and stuff.
Those are actually coming up more frequently now.
Yeah.
But that's a good point to make, though. If we're not talking legal or we don't have exec to talk about, contracts and things like that.
What about labor attorney? Are we, do we have a contract negotiating?
Yes, we have a rate. Is that what you mean?
No, the labor attorney, just the fees for the labor attorney. Are we, is there an employee contract that we're negotiating or anything that?
Yeah, we just I think we're at a point of conclusion for the code enforcement
Yes.
union. And obviously, we finalized the CSCA
Right.
1,000.
That'll be in this budget year, so can we reduce the 40,000 for the labor attorney?
From your lips, Bob?
I know, it depends on what kind of grievances we get.
So how much did we budget for the labor?
We kept it flat, which was 40,000. That's how much is in there. We spent so far this year 43,000, and last year we spent 76.
That was because of the code issue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'd be willing to take it down to 30 because we don't have negotiations. We're just finalizing also this year the non-represented employee
Right.
benefits
Mhm.
policy. And that's pretty close, so have that,
So hopefully
for
those will be
tomorrow.
done in this budget year, so.
I think that's a good place to slim down.
Are we okay if we move to the planning board and planning, building and planning?
Mm-hmm.
So the planning board itself, that jumps 25,000 over the previous spend. Did you answer that? I can't remember. Forgive me.
Planning board or planning department? What's the
I think
line?
the line is the board. The number is, let's see.
Planning,
Oh,
zoning,
the-
miscellaneous?
Oh,
The
I
planning
can-
aid position.
listen, the planning aid position, when we did the budget last year,
Oh,
we hadn't decided to hire a full-time planning aide at that point,
Mhm.
and then we used the part-time salaries from 3 different part-timers to converge into one to get that position, which ended up being like almost a complete net neutral to the budget. And then we had to, that needs to be rectified in the actual moving the part-time money over in a transfer. But I haven't had to do that because we haven't had a principal planner since November, so that is, the line's not going over right now because of
Mhm.
that.
The building planning equipment, do we foresee needing to purchase new laptops?
that's the GIS,
Printers.
right?
No.
That's a separate one.
So all of the equipment lines for all the main departments were at, other than DPW and recreation, were at 1,300 because basically it's in case of emergency, if one of the computers goes down, that's $400 for a computer. A laptop could be $300 to $400 for a laptop. You know, if a chair goes down or if something breaks, like that money could get eaten up very quickly or it could not. But if it's cut in half, it limits what you do. But that's what it pays for. It pays for all of those contingencies: desks, tables, chairs, file cabinets.
We have an excess number of file cabinets in this space.
Can we sell them?
Let's not buy any more file cabinets.
There may be some that are getting long in the tooth.
Oh.
I can't reach some of them.
We'll get you a step stool.
Okay.
Same question for office supplies for this department. Can that be,
Yes.
what's the number we can get to?
Now that we've had a good year, I think we could bring that down to 2,000.
Great. And then in this mix is the GIS system, but I know that Superintendent Munson also talked about a similar but not the same program. And that was, yours was 11, right?
Correct. But I think planning
Different tools.
side, I think that's more imperative at this point.
Yeah.
So if you can keep money anywhere, I prefer to stay on the planning side.
It's 2 softwares too.
Yep.
It's GIS and then something called NearMap
Mhm.
in combination. And I know that the senior planner was reaching out to those companies to try and see if he could get a better price on the initial quote that he had gotten.
Okay. And is there a way, obviously you could not answer this, but maybe when Dan is back, he's back next week, right? If he could just articulate how this would save time, maybe,
I think
and
it would also be,
reduce overtime.
if I'm seeing where you're going with it, there may be, so we're, again, just like we're looking at parking fees and revenue, we look at building and planning revenue and we
Mhm.
figure out how to spend that
Right, I like that idea.
in a more efficient, strategic way that is through fees.
Right.
And we're also looking at whether the fees that we're currently charging have not kept pace with the fees in other municipalities.
Yeah, there'll be a new fee
Schedule.
adopt, yes.
So
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
When
No.
I asked Josephine Castelli this question, and she said, for Nearmap specifically, it can give you the exact historical data and snapshots from satellite data to check COs, to see if somebody put the swimming pool in, if they had a permit for a
Gosh,
swimming
that
pool.
would save so much time.
It can tell you where a wall was put in and where it was supposed to be put in. They can
Can
see
it tell you
all
if
of
the
that
retaining
data.
wall on Belterre Road is on the property of the Fracchia business or on village property? Can it tell us that?
I think it can tell you where it is.
Where the
on-
property
on
line
a
ends and
map.
begins?
Who owns it is a
The
different.
CO, right?
So she
That
said
would be
that that's
worth
the
the
benefit,
investment.
and it can also help provide and keep, when code goes out to enforce certain things, they can look and check to see if people have done what they've said that they were gonna do and what their permit permitted. That's what she relayed to me.
That will save a lot of
Yeah, I just
time.
think if they can just do a write-up of the cost justification, I'd be, I'm trying to get to yes on it, is really where I think where we,
I
I mean,
think
like
they'd be
everything, right?
more than happy to
So
do
if they
that.
can just justify how they can,
And would
know,
you get a
improve it.
license to use that software too?
Yeah, I
Okay.
would. And then I could see how that could integrate with DPW needs for the future. So,
And then there's building planning miscellaneous expenses, and it's set at 15,000. Maybe I think that actually was answered. Yeah, so that education costs, Scavoa, NICOM. I do think we should seriously consider just a freeze on conferences for next year. And if we can put that in the budget as well.
I reluctantly
I'm reluctant.
think, I know, and
I
I'll
know.
tell you why I'm so
It's-
reluctant. It's because this year, we approved the planning team to go. We haven't sent anyone on the planning or zoning boards to any of those conferences over the past, I think, Cindy told me that Ray paid for his own way. They spend so much time volunteering. I feel like at least two members, they should sort of self-identify if they can, who should be going, and rotate them through and then they can bring back what sort of they've learned or, but maybe if it's just one or two members of the planning and zoning board that are budgeted for, that would be that's what I would advocate for. I get why you're saying, pull it back, but, again, it's an investment in our process.
Mhm.
That's the thing, and then it's,
I do agree with that, and maybe there's a way to do like aren't there free trainings that the county provides too?
so
if folks aren't
Scavoa
maxed
trains,
out on those, they
Scavoa
should,
trains, NICOM trains. We can invite NICOM to do some training. This Planning Federation training, I think, is just different than any other kind of, Scavoa is good, but it's vendors.
No, I know. I'm just saying for the boards, they should at least do all the free trainings that are available before they just go to the conference, if that makes sense with folks.
That option is available to them.
Right.
Mhm.
So it could
And training is required by code.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
How many hours? What do they have to do?
I don't know. Don't know offhand.
Oh,
But it is in the
Yeah.
code that they're required to do X amount of hours of training. That could
boards.
be, as he's saying.
well, let's
there
take a
could be
look at
free
that
training and
code.
Whatever, but.
Let's take a look at that code and see what it says. And how it can be fulfilled. I think Scavoa does fulfill those training hours.
Yeah, I would think so.
They're having a training in, I think, October. I think. Okay. So, look, their residents, their volunteers. Let's hear what they say about it, how they feel about it.
Mhm.
Stephen, what is environmental expenses?
That name will be, I'll propose to change that name. That is our grant writer. That is
Thank you.
Lisa Motto.
That's right. I did know that. Okay.
I asked yesterday and I couldn't remember.
You can't remember because it's such a
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, there's, listen, you know, I've tried to get to every change possible. But yes, that's another name change that needs to happen.
And should that be in a different, where is that in there?
It's in a separate, it's all by
Seems like
itself.
it should be in
All by
clerk.
itself?
No, that's a home and community service. The state would, because it's grant for the entire community,
Okay.
like the benefits, so that
Gotcha.
has to be
Okay.
8,000.
Gotcha, makes sense. Just an update about the planning board. There was a request to consider, and this, tomorrow's our work session. I'll bring it up tomorrow in the work session. Never mind. I'm tempted to talk about work session issues here, too. Any other questions?
Got a question on the revenue end, and I should have asked this before Renee left, but the building rental, do we think we're gonna hit that?
This year, no. We'll likely come in somewhere around 150 again. That is the target, at least when I was discussing it with Renee. There was just a slight downturn with the number of room rentals this year, even with the increased rate. Didn't make up for just different activity. So we're also, there's investigating a variety of different ways to bring additional revenue in to the room rentals.
Mhm.
So trying to hit that target as much as humanly possible.
What's the format of the work session tomorrow? When is public comment, first or after?
Work session begins at 5, regular work session meeting. And then we go here for the public hearing.
Okay,
So
so
that, you know,
it,
we move locations.
I was just asking because it might make sense to go through revenue tomorrow during the work session too. Unless you want to sit here and do it now.
It'd be great to go through tomorrow. I'm for tomorrow.
Yes.
I think we should definitely consider, I mean, yes, we can talk about it tomorrow, but I really think we should consider revisiting the metered parking rates.
Absolutely. Budget and Finance Committee recommended that
Yeah.
as one of their main
We were talking about it earlier
suggestions.
and would be open to it.
But so like, the only thing is, if we wanna change it for
June.
this season, or for this season in the next fiscal year, it would be by June. So we might wanna vote on that.
We made all the signs,
I know.
Yeah.
but
But for the extra 50 cents or whatever,
Right.
it's worth reprinting the signs. Every penny counts right now.
or we just put sticker over 'em.
Sticker over it, exactly.
5. Put a 5 over the 0. That's it. That's right.
I'll volunteer to go around and do that myself.
How many signs do we make?
We made 100. It costs about $900.
Wait, would someone want to help me with that then?
I'll do it. Sure. I'll help. Anything to keep
Trust
the
me, you don't
building-
want to do that. Once it's in the sun, it bakes on, and
Yeah. The glue comes off.
It's a policy call.
Yeah.
We'll check with the parks. We're putting the park back in parking.
What are premium obligations?
So the premium on obligations are when we
Oh.
when we actually get a little bit of money when we sell the bond or band.
Got it.
So
That's revenue.
It's a revenue
We're
offset for
getting,
debt.
so in your budgeting process, the revenue, you did put back in, there's, does the Hills come off of the IDA fully, or
Yes.
it's real
It gets added back into the assessment.
realty?
Hmm.
Rail realty.
It helped offset the LIPA decrease on the assessment, but that's the only tangible improvement that you get.
Mm-hmm. So, is there something else that's coming back? Are we closing out on a bond? Not this year.
Next year is the last payment for the 2019 refunding for the general fund. 400,000. And then if there's,
Explain that, just in elevator speech, refunding of the general fund.
So the general fund took out a bond in 2011
For?
for road improvements,
Uh-huh.
I think related to construction near where the golf course is. Old Homestead, I think there was a lot of storm drain and improvements all throughout the village. It was expensive. $4 million. Anyway, get to 2019, the interest rate changed significantly, which allowed for a refunding to get a better interest rate, extend the debt, and kind of it reduced the total debt service down a little bit, extended it at a lower rate.
Okay.
So it helped the annual budgets in those years.
Yes. Yeah,
All
from
right.
2019 on.
Any other questions about revenue bond?
Not right now. But if we're gonna come back to revenue tomorrow. I don't think I have too much.
All right. Does that mean we're ready to, anybody want a motion to, no, anything from you? Or,
Well, I will add that I've been keeping track of all of the changes,
Mhm.
that if all of these are adopted, it's 366,746 in savings, which would equate to,
so 365.
yes, it would equate to roughly a reduction in that increase on the average tax bill of about $110.
Okay,
So
time well spent.
the question about the non-discretionary. There's wiggle room in the non-discretionary, right? Is there changes, it's not hard and fast.
The wiggle room is, if you continue to have these positions, this is what it's going to cost, definitely. So everything is discretionary to a point, but if you have these positions, these are the payroll costs associated with them. That's why it's non-discretionary. Bond costs, you can't change them. FICA costs, direct percentage of payroll. Retirement comes from the state. Workers, all of that, that's why it's non-discretionary.
And insurance-wise, we're going out to RFP for something related to insurance?
Trustee Grinsky, you were.
I have passed along just our policy as provided by the clerk, and one of the members on the Budget and Finance Committee wanted to do the same. So I'll report back when we have something to share.
That has potential for some more savings, non-discretionary.
The other thing that we're doing is working with our current providers to see what we can do to make changes and to save. And one of the things that we were doing, right, was considering to go back to NYMER and see if that helps us. So.
Go back to NYMER for,
A reduction?
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
So ask
That's
for a
keyword.
reduction.
Mm-hmm.
We should do that anyway, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right. If there's nothing else, do we have a motion to adjourn?
At 6:17.
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
With us, Matt?
I don't think I can vote
doesn't
on
vote.
You can't
He
vote,
doesn't
no.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, right.
All right,
Ah,
motion carries.
okay.
All right, thank you for the hard work
Thank you.
and thoughtful consideration of all of this.